technologies are shaping the way we live, think about digital transformation. At XLRI, it is honest and one of its most prestigious business schools. We embrace technology not just as a tool, but as a driver of its innovation, of innovation. One, information. Digital transformation is reshaping how we lead and build. As organizations evolve, success hinges on mastering future-ready skills, leading agile, driven teams, and leveraging data centers and scalability. Process distinguished from three veterans, leaders the journey, leading to intelligence. Leadings to technology, all the panelists are requested to please join for the ceremonial ceremony. Thank you, everyone. Now I would like to invite Mr. Sanjay to give his thoughts.
digital technology in their own sense. The JMP students, Professor Kanagraj, Professor Himanshu, Professor PC, Professor Sunil, and our very effective team from the placement office and the Iti and Shruti. Uh, so it's great to be here to inaugurate the REENVISION for Digital Transformation Conclave. Uh, and the subtitle says the digital imperative, building, leading, and sustaining transformation. Okay? Building, starting from fresh, you've got a fresh plot of land, the best architecture of the day, and start building. Easy task. Only constant is money. Yeah, you leave the imagination to the architect. Yeah, give your ideas. There is co-creation, your requirement, and the architecture brings in the best of the material solutions, design solutions, and it is ready. That's about the new economy farms where you're starting from scratch. You have a host of technology, the tech stack being available to you. But what about the existing buildings, existing farms, the legacy farms? How do you build? McKinsey had a framework. It's into three types: Horizon 1 businesses, Horizon 2, and Horizon 3. Horizon 1 businesses are the legacy farms. If you take Tata, it is about Tata Textiles, Tata Steel, TCS, yep, the old farms. Okay? Horizon 1 farms. Horizon 2, the businesses that the farm has ventured into the last 3 to 4 years. Horizon 3, the businesses that you are contributing to moving tomorrow. And many a times, unless you make that right move, yeah, uh, the older competencies will disappear like thin air. There are cases where companies have been able to move, transform from the earlier era to the new era. You have cases internationally, GE, which started with, can openers, uh, mixers and grinders, toasters. These are the products that made GE in the first 30 years. It doesn't mean they have to continue that way. In fact, they continue mid 90s. Mid 90s, many a times you say, okay, we had a toast maker, we had a mixer from grinder. Yeah, those are not, we are not losing any money there to discard. But those are core businesses. But then, you all know Jacqueline's time, they did a restructuring exercise. Many of the non-profitable ventures were harvested in no time, harvested and divested. Even the companies that were making money, they said, should GE be making can openers, toasters, something else? That's the critical question for firms. And, later they moved into high tech, healthcare. They've acquired many firms in biosciences, all that. Okay. So Horizon 2, Horizon 3, the businesses of tomorrow. That's what we call the strategic window. That window is available for a short period of companies. Make those who make the transition faster do very well. And when we talk about transformation, it starts with the basic minor change. Change, a caterpillar changes into a butterfly. Okay, caterpillar doesn't know that it will have such a beautiful shape tomorrow, but it goes through that process of transformation. So for the existing farms, it's about transforming into a butterfly that will be able to fly, not just crawl. The legacy farms crawl. A cement company, a textile company, uh, a steel company, a furniture company crawls. When you move from one place to another, you have to set up all facilities. So the expansion is very gradual, marginally. Every time you improve on uh, certain processes. But in case of digital, it's like butterfly. It flies. It has no boundaries. So the firms that are able to transform, take the case of Zomato. They tried out Zomato Gold 40 countries in no time. Okay, farms from in movie. There are digital farms. There are farms which are representing our traditional sectors as well. But all need to make that change. So when and do you think India is in the earlier changes? We're the last, including a Gillette shaving system. Forget technology. Okay, after the sixth different variants have been launched in different parts of the world, a Presto would come here, a Mac 3 would come here. But today, being the third largest economy in terms of purchasing power parity, with close to 1.45 billion people, large youth, we are in a driver's seat to bring this change. And large firms worldwide see India as the tech powerhouse. Whether we talk about the IT services, the consulting services, your AI, I think about a month back I was going through a report. 9 lakh professionals are ready to implement AI in different spheres. 9 lakh. They're looking for assignments. Okay, so that's the kind of situation we are in, and I'm sure all our GMP students, the brighter ones are here in Excel. The people with 3 to 5 years of experience, they have gone through those stages of implementation in their own firms. Some change was being enacted upon, so they have some experiences, and I'm sure they would raise those questions to our distinguished panel members, uh, and it would be really a crucible of learning for all of us. So with this, I thank the organizers for this event, and I hope this day-long session would address many of your queries, and our panel members would share from their rich insight and experience. Wishing you all the best. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now I welcome Professor Sunil Sarangi, Co-Convener of Relations and Placement and CEO of Exceed, to share his words with us.
Within cases and of course with right action. I'm happy to be here. Hey, Mr. Srinivasan, the teacher it learned at this state, and I'm sure this will be a terrific conversation. And thank all my student volunteers for doing it, and at the same time, I thank Professor Sanjay Patra, who's been with so much of and has been curating these events and ensuring that we learn from the best. And I invite Professor Himanshu and invite Professor PC Patan. You are really leading your academic journey. Sure, we have to be a great moment of digital transformation. Mind you, no one in this world can ever say that it is not a tech company. big company is a tech company, just that we don't realize it's a tech company. And I'm sure we'll have those deep insights from these 15 beautiful minds who are here. And I'm really going to be thanking you more for taking your and to be here with us. I'm sure we have a terrific day and we have a lineup of wonderful conversations with all of you. Thank you. Have a great day.
Thank you, sir. And now I invite Professor Manshu Shekhar from the Strategic Management area to share a few words with us.
Good morning, everyone. I students here. So, Professor Patro, Professor PC, Professor Kannad, Professor Sunil, and all the organizing committee members, I thank you all for inviting me to tell a few words. What I'll start with news yesterday, GCCs and IT companies. GCCs are something that is a phenomenon right now, where so many GCCs are getting opened every day in the country. And the problem that the news highlighted, IT companies are facing the heat. They're facing the heat in terms of the market, because these are the GCCs or these are the companies which were giving them those outsourcing contracts, and the talent as well. So in both cases, you will realize there's a shift that is happening. But why is this happening? Let's go back to one theory that we discuss in the class and say, why does a firm outsource or insource a particular thing, a particular, say, function? It's because if the function is non-core and does not link with all other functions within the firm, it will be outsourced to the market. And when you're looking at what is happening with digital in the companies today, is it is increasingly getting into every function of the firm. Take HR, take manufacturing, go to the soft floor, and you will hear something about that in from the panelists, that digital is pervading every function, and therefore the questions are becoming complex, and therefore it is becoming inevitable for the organizations to take it in-house. They cannot do it for outside, and that's what you see the industry transition from IT outsourcing to GCCs. That is happening right in front of your eyes. So one function which was supposed to be outsourced is now getting insourced. And therefore, you realize that this is so important and the importance is growing every day. And with all the great minds that we have today, I invite you all to listen to every one of them, because these are the ones who are at the cutting edge of that transition. And for that transition, you should listen to them, and all the nuggets of wisdom that you get today will be very fruitful for you in the careers in whatever industries that you join. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. I would now request Professor Sanjay K. Pathro to welcome to our guests. I would like to welcome Mr. Vikas from Indra to receive the token warm welcome. Now I would like to introduce Major from HMRPG. Thank you, Sanjay, sir. I would now request Professor PC to present the special welcome to our guests. Please welcome. Mr. Ramesh Srinivasan from Mumbai. And Mr. Bhavani Maharana from Oracle. Thank you, sir. Now I would like to welcome Mr. Sunil Sawhney to welcome our guests. I would like to welcome Mr. Lokesh Nathu from Montes Group. Dr. Shah Hussain Gupta from Kindle. Mr. Manish Kumar from Adani Healthcare. Thank you, Sunil, sir. Now I would like to welcome Professor Himanshu Shekhar to welcome our guests. Mr. Vipin Gupta from Wall Street, India. Mr. Rajiv and Mr. Gaurav Sharma from ITC. Thank you, Himanshu, sir. The topic for the first panel is transforming business landscapes with digital technologies. Digital technologies are no longer just enablers, they are the drivers of disruption, innovation, and growth across industries. Businesses are evolving strategies to stay ahead and increasingly competitive is defining customer engagement and reshaping value chains through the power of digital transformation. It will be challenging digital tools and technologies, strategic challenges, and leadership mindset required to navigate change of scale. This panel will dive into real-world use cases of transformative technologies, strategic and cultural challenges in scaling digital tools, the leadership mindset needed to drive meaningful change.
This powerhouse panel brings together leaders who are industries harnessing technologies like cloud chain to reshape how businesses operate, engage, and scale. It is a pleasure to present to you esteemed guests. We are pleased to welcome first guest, Mr. Dr. The strong transformation Please. Please join us on the stage. Thank you, sir. Second lead for the panel, Ms. Sir, Nrutu Ji has a rich leadership journey. She brings these systems. Ji, she drives the company's and the systems from is an avid traveler. Is on the stage.
Our third guest, Ms. Preeti Saini. Industries. She is also a noted speaker at design forums like UX India and Design Works India. When she is not transforming digital experiences, she is attempting upshots or exploring new places. First, Ms. Preeti to please join us on the stage. Our next panelist is Mr. Rama Srinivasan, Chief Digital Officer at Mobi Group. Information for the Mobi Group. He is driving transformations underway. His diverse experience in industries like CPG, manufacturing, and consumer electronics. His former CEO at Group and CMR Group. He has led digital strategies, business transformations, and technology initiatives across functions, including advertising, sales, marketing, and customer experience. Sir, please join us on the stage.
Up next, the pleasure of systems and business solutions for this discussion. Let's welcome Rashida on stage. She leads an engaging transformation. Over to you, Rashida.
Thank you so much to our lovely host for that introduction, and good morning, everyone. Thank you so much to our panelists for being here and making the trip down. I know all the students are very keen to hear your insights, so I'd love to get straight into it. So starting with some context setting, I'd love to know from all of you, digital transformation is often a buzzword that's used quite frequently. So I'd love to hear from all of you on what you actually think digital transformation is in each of your industries. Sir?
Can you hear me? Yeah. So to me, digital transformation, I would say, is at the very core of the business, and what defines the strategy and what ultimately drives the company forward today or in the last few years. So it directly contributes to the operational efficiency, growth, innovation, and the ability to maintain a competitive advantage. I would say that's in summary. Yeah.
So I feel transformation happens even if you are digitally enabled. But when you talk about digital transformations in today's time, there are systems which are legacy based, which are probably not working as efficiently and not making the employees or the company more productive. In that sense, if it needs to be transformed, that in my interpretation would be the actual digital transformation. Now, there are so many technologies that are coming up every minute, even as we're speaking. And there are so many new transformations that are on the table that can enable your business to be further growing and to get more revenue. So in that sense, if yes, it has to be transformed from one stage to another in the digital realm, or even from a manual process to a digital realm, then that, according to me, it would be a good digital transformation. That could be in any industry. Hi, good morning, everyone. And I think transformation is not so much about installing new softwares or new tools or new processes, but I think it's more about uninstalling mindsets. So that's where it comes from. Uh, it's if you are just touching the surface, if you are not making lasting impact through whatever you are trying to do by your definition of transformation, then that's just digital glitter. You are just sprinkling something on the top to kind of make it look fancy, but it doesn't bring about lasting change. So I think transformation is something which goes a lot more deeper. And as far as digital transformation goes, I think when I got into the job that I am doing today, or when I started off my career, I thought I'd be fixing systems because I was learning technology and doing technology. But the reality is that you are basically fixing people's mindset. You're basically fixing people's fear of change. And that's where transformation, kind of comes about. It's 80% people, it's only 20% technology. Because when you make transformation, you make some lasting impact on the DNA. If it's of your organization, you're changing the DNA of your organization, and you can't plug in transformation if your people are unplugged. So kind of focus on that part more, and rest would follow.
So my fellow panelist has covered a lot, so very less left to me. How I'll bring just extend what Mezbeen touched upon. She touched upon very uh, reality of what we call the digital transformation. Before I go to the digital transformation, uh, the transformation word is from last 8 to 10 years is been in focus, in light, in consideration of the consulting organizations. So whatever we change, we call it transformation. And that's how I believe that it's a more buzzword these days rather than the actual transformation. Mezzanine touched upon that. So what is transformation? Transformation is that if I am changing, rediscovering or reimagining something which I'm doing on daily basis in a different way in order to have the competitive advantage, then I call it digital transformation or transformation. Now, when it comes to the digital transformation again is a grossly abused word in the industry by many newcomers, by the leaders like me, by the consultants. Sometimes digital transformation is like I am digitalizing my whole ecosystem, then it is digital transformation. I'm automating something, I call it digital transformation. Transformation has multiple flavors. Uh, there are cloud transformation, there are application transformation, there are network and infra transformation. Unless any transformation has the uh, goals and objective, which is measurable, I should not be calling this as a transformation. Okay. Uh, Again, transformation, as I mentioned in the beginning, that using best tools, best processes, best industry practices, which has upcoming, which has recently evolved, and plug into my business, which will result into advantage, completely advantage to me, then I call it a digital transformation. I hope I was able to give a different definition
probably extending the thought which my co-panelists shared. Thank you.
No, sir, thank you. That was a very good definition. Thank you so much for everyone for that. And so it sounds like digital transformation is something that's a core objective of the business. It's a very involved process. It's something that it's not just about changing, but it's about lasting change. And it's also something that you have to be able to measure in some sense. And Mejabin, I believe you mentioned that there was some gap between what you thought it was initially and what it really was. So I'm sure all of us have experienced that at some point in our career. So I'd love to hear from everyone on what is one blind spot that you often see in the way that business students or early career professionals think about digital transformation?
I think early career professionals, like we discussed, often they think of it as technology, which is but natural, right? We believe it's about implementing the latest suite of technologies or migrating to new systems, etc. I think that's one piece. I think the real part is about deep getting into the business processes, the different business processes, the workflows in an organization, and the change management complexities that are involved, and closely tying it to the business goals, right? To the core strategic objectives of the organization. How do you impact the customers? How do you survive in a competitive landscape? So I think this is one piece that comes with some level of understanding and experience.
Yeah, I would like to expand on his elaborate. I mean, whatever you just mentioned, I would like to elaborate on that by saying that when students come into the industry, digital transformation as a keyword seems to be a very rosy world where you're so gung-ho about, okay, let's get into transforming it digitally. And yes, I am in a project which is doing this digital transformation for a very, very acclaimed customer or client. And then we get into the entire process of just going by the book. Okay, this is needed, and we need to implement this. The blind spot is, are you really even solving something for that client through that entire digital transformation exercise? Are you solving their problem? So for that, if you do not understand the pain point, if you do not understand the current processes, like he said, if you do not get into the details of it, and what is the correct technology, are we really going with the correct solution? And it may not require a complete technology overhaul. It may just sometimes require just to correct the current processes or the current technology. You may just have to, ensure that the testing is done correctly, or maybe, somewhere the code is not functioning well. So it may not require a complete overhaul, but it can still transform the business from what it is currently doing or performing, and then make an impact. So I would say the blind spot is to understand the problem area first and not go with the flow and just get rosy-eyed. Okay, I am in this, but still let's go about doing this change. Because sometimes the clients do appreciate that you understand the problem and do not prescribe a whole list of expensive solutions and just address the current problem, and that also is quite impactful.
So then it sounds like it's a little bit of an, even though digital transformation might be a bit newer, it has to be implemented like any other solution, which is you have to do your market research first, understand the
Yes.
customer's pain point, then go on to actually
Yeah,
solve it. And it doesn't always have to be a full overhaul solution. It can always be targeted.
yeah, it can be a targeted one.
It's very simple to understand. A lot of you here would be driving. I'm assuming that you would have driven a four-wheeler at some point of time, or you want to, or you would have taken class or whatever. When you're driving, like she mentioned the term blind spot, what do you think is a blind spot when you're driving? What's a blind spot? Anyone? What the words are? Yeah, okay, problem that you're not expecting, or yeah, you can't see. Yes, yes. Yeah, so when you're driving, it's like, you have a side vision, but there is something which you can't see, and that's what comes and hits you, right? And that's a very risky proposition in the entire scheme of driving. Similar to that, and I think when we ask anybody what is digital, whether it be you, us, our colleagues, industry peers, everybody thinks digital is about technology. Yes, it is, but it's little about technology. It's more about the change management part of technology. Tech will help you bring change, but if you're not able to convince people going to use that change, that this is going to make their lives better in some way, or if it's not a threat, you kind of work your way out to ensure that it doesn't get resisted, but it gets adopted. No matter how great your code is, it's not going to last, it's not going to create an impact. So I think students tend to assume that digital is about tech and tools, but basically you can say digital success is more about human success, and it's always lesser about the hardware and the software that you use. I think that's the blind spot that most of us have. We also had, we will have it till today, and that's why a lot of projects and organizations, when they fail, it's because we assume that the tech is great, it is solving a potential problem, it's bringing in the value which our initial ROI suggested, but when it doesn't get picked up, it's just money down the drain.
So then, ma'am, if I may take the liberty of rephrasing what you said, it's more about transforming people's mindsets and a little bit about the tools, of course, because those are the enablers.
Yeah, because see, tech is very sexy till it fails, right? And the thing here is that if people see what you're doing as a threat, then it's never gonna take off. So it's about taking it along, and then you make sure short formula of success.
Uh, the blind spot. Okay, so I'm an enterprise architect, practicing from quite some time. When it comes to identifying the blind spot, enterprise architects are approached first because they don't look at things in silos. Uh, so looking at starting from vision to operationalization, any transformation when you are picking up, you look at what is the business goals, vision, objective, and then when it goes to operation, what all different challenges you face and be ready to address that as well. Now that also is changing. Uh, when I was practicing this, it's called enterprise architecture. Now another angle, there was a small portion of the stakeholder and was there, but now it is now is the ecosystem architecture. So ecosystem is something which Benjamin touched upon, is who all are going to be affected, okay? And when you see that who all are going to be affected, are you communicating appropriately what change is going to be? What impact it is going to do in your life, in your way of working? Uh, And this has nothing to do with just tech. Tech will come and then you are confused. You may have seen many digital transformation getting failed because of the acceptability, because of the way of working, because of although everything is implemented perfectly, but you get negative feedback that it's not working. It doesn't work because you don't understand it. Okay, so communicating to all the ecosystem appropriately about the transformation, its benefit, its advantages. If you miss that, probably you are inviting a failure. Okay. So yeah, that's for me is the blind spot.
Yeah, I think that's definitely valid. And I think if something like digital transformation is increasing connectivity, it also means that you have a wider range of, as you said, an ecosystem to consider, maybe not just what directly impacts you. So I think that's a very good insight. Thank you. So I'd also love to hear about, I know a lot of our students are from the business side, but as it was mentioned previously, no company is not a tech company. Every company is tech in some way. So Angisar mentioned that. So I'd love to know that how can students and early career professionals build credibility in digital transformation, even when they don't have tech roles or they're not in senior positions?
One way to build credibility is, I think, demonstrating their in-depth business knowledge. Even if they don't have much of an expertise in implementation, if they come from a tech background, I'm sure they know some of the technologies and they can always upskill themselves. Upskilling is perhaps today the easiest, it's just available online. And if they come from a non-tech background and they have a business background or a commerce background, definitely an in-depth understanding of their fundamental subjects. It could be marketing, finance, or whatever. Any of that can be used to demonstrate their competence and interest. And those who know more of the business subjects need to pick up tech. Those who know tech continue to learn tech and pick up parts of business more. Ultimately, it comes down to like what you have been discussing. It comes down to a deep understanding of business processes. How are you going to change them, reshape them using technology, and what impact you're going to make? So surely, I would say that's the path ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, so then it sounds like it's more about having business knowledge as well as tech knowledge, because I know that in my company, business and tech were always at loggerheads. It happens in many companies. So it's something they can't exist without each other. So it's something that, yeah,
Sure.
please.
I would like to add that tech today is a hard skill, is something that nobody can escape at any stage of life, and it is lifelong learning. So surely, while they focus on business, they would need to pick up tech skills if they don't have it.
No, no, of course, that's very fair.
I think you need to understand the domain that you're getting into, whether you learn business or whether you learn technology. Eventually, when you're on the job, when you're helping a business grow, even if it is analytical, even if it is research based, finance based, human resource based, technology based, you need to learn the ecosystem of the company that you're working in, or even if it's your own startup, if it's your own entrepreneurship as well. And in that, you need to learn right from how operations run, right from how you need to strategize for the transformation, and also the business processes like Raman sir pointed out. So if you would miss out on anything, you are going to be doing a lot of the guesswork and assumption work. You want to build your credibility, you want your voice to be heard by your leaders or by your immediate seniors. Try and voice out your opinion, which is information based, which is data backed, and try and put out your ideas. Don't shy away from it. Many of the early aspirants, or I can say the new joinees, when they come into our team, uh, we have to actually tell them, please, be very open with your ideas. We would like to hear them because the best ideas sometimes come from them. So don't shy away from, getting heard and say, okay, this is probably not my domain, so I should not say anything. But sometimes if you've heard some case study, something that you probably would be researching or would probably will be learning, or, hearing from the news, who knows, your leaders might get an idea or seniors might get an idea, even if it's from a different domain. So try and be open. You sometimes I've heard from my juniors saying that we don't want to sound stupid. So we don't open our minds, but we had this great thought. So don't shy away from that. I would say let it be data backed, let it be research. And then if there's, you can always say that I would like to say something. And I'm sure your leaders will appreciate that. At least I do that. I encourage my, colleagues who are just joined in to be open so that they have an opinion. And being leaders, really encourage and appreciate people who have their opinion, which is, even if it is different, if it is backed by logic and data, yes, you would be appreciated.
Yeah, I think that's a very fair assessment. And I know that when someone starts out new, they might not have a full understanding of the processes. So they'll ask questions about it, and they might even catch something that didn't quite make sense to them, but other people have just accepted it as the status quo. So I think it's good to hear from young professionals, and that's something that all of us can do more.
You don't need to know coding. You don't need to know tech too much in detail to be able to do something in digital transformation. I think what you need really is a solution mindset. Uh, be a translator. I mean, in whatever you are doing, in whatever job profession that you would get into or you had been in the past, the way to bring about transformation and for that matter, digital transformation is you should be able to look at a process, understand it, figure out where the problem is, find the pain points and suggest a new way of doing it. Even if you're kind of improvising a clunky spreadsheet, I think that's digital leadership. It starts that small and it starts with those little changes that you make. Second thing, I think about students and people who join workforce from colleges, take initiative without really uh, wanting entitlement. Initiative without entitlement will take you a long way. If you spot a problem and you go ahead and solve it, that's not your job. Uh, that's gold because that's something when you've done something outside of your KRA. You have shown initiative and you really did not need anybody. You're already a leader because you've taken initiative, found a problem, gone ahead and solved it. Those little things, even when you're in college, digitize your college first. The real vision that we are having today, there are multitude of ways for you to implement it and bring it onto a digital platform. If anybody goes ahead and takes that initiative, that's digital leadership. Go ahead, help an NGO streamline their data. That's digital leadership. So I think these are the small things we need to kind of look into and make the small steps. And I think they gradually translate into what you do in bigger things at work later in your life.
So then it's also about looking at the process. And when you do look at the process, you identify the hiccups and it's about not being scared to go and try and solve those yourself.
What was the original question? Sorry, I just distracted slightly.
That's okay, sir, no problem. I was asking, what can students and early career professionals do to establish credibility in digital transformation?
I think lot covered, but I'll just share one experience. Maybe around 10 years back, I was working on one of the pre-sales engagement. Uh, there was large players were there in competition, and finally we won the bid. And then I went ahead and asked the customer stakeholder that what prompted you to award this project to us. The only very small answer was that you understood our business well. Okay, so tech, like co-panelists were saying, that tech can be learned. Uh, if you want to establish the credibility, understanding the business is more important than the tech. Tech is taken for granted that you will do tech, you can do tech, and there's a lot of avenues where you can learn tech. But understanding business and then contributing using your business knowledge, uh, asking questions with reference which will give you the business, which will give the business advantage, will establish your credibility. I think that is small and sweet.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, panelists. That was our general questions. I'd love to ask you specific questions about your industry and your own experience. So, sir, I actually like to start with you so we can go this way. So you mentioned that the personal touch is still very important in tech and especially in the hospitality industry. How do you actually leverage digital tools to respond to real-time feedback that's given in an era where feedback on hospitality services is much faster than it used to be?
This is very challenging point, and uh, in the cloud of social media and multiple channels of communication, it's very it's a great challenge which is there. And the way we practice is that uh, we avoid giving the real-time response on the feedback. If it is, even it is positive or negative, uh, we take those feedback, assess, analyze, we use technology to respond faster, but not real time, because real time response, there are uh, even there are AI and analytics which is there, but sometimes it misleads. So we analyze those feedback, we take feedback, internal feedback, we put those information into our insights, we do the customer profiling and the feedback profiling, then only we respond. So that's the process we follow at the moment.
So then it's about being able to respond fast, but not too fast. You still want to take a minute to establish what you're going to say.
Yes, do analyze the background. Those feedback may be right or wrong. If you are all are following the data and insights, um, customer complaints, there are 40% customer complaints are false complaints or the influence complaints, or there are narrative with the competitors. Okay, so we don't try to react so fast so that uh, their objective getting met.
Understood, sir. So kind of actually keeping in the theme of speed, this question is for Mejabin. So how do you actually balance rapid tech adoption with risk appetite of business, especially in especially in businesses which have a lot of legacy tech like finance and in manufacturing?
See, finance does not have so much of legacy tech. Finance is more about speed, and I think BFSI is one. I know we discussed this yesterday, and you did mention your experience at Stancy and a lot of, especially with banks. I assume yes, it does exist, but I think the NBFCs, etc., that I worked with in past. BFSI is very quick. The major difference that I've seen between a financial industry and a manufacturing industry is that financial industry focuses more on speed and compliance, and an industry like manufacturing would be more focused on operational efficiency and precision. Because these are the two big differences between how do you go ahead and choose, what digital tech to pick and how to go about it. I have worked across manufacturing and financial services, and so I know, kind of say with some bit of experience that I have here, is that when I got into manufacturing, I was like, can anybody decide before we came into this course? No one. वो वैसे भी लैपटॉप खोल के बैठा है. You guys came from BFSI, yeah? The roles that you did, I'm not very sure but what was your general experience of the pace of that industry? Anybody? How the work was, how the timelines were? Anyone? What was your role when you were working? For Goldman Sachs, okay, okay. Anybody else? Yeah, yeah. Very true. Very true. The regulators are always breathing down your neck. The number of audits in a year, my goodness. I mean, it's a constant thing. It's BAU. The audits compliance is like BAU. Yeah. So I think anybody else?
Good morning, ma'am. I'm Bhavya this side.
Yeah, Bhavya.
So I had clients from BFSI and I was in the digital transformation sector of that. They had very strict rules, very strict KPIs. Even a single second loss amounted to a huge debit on the vendors and on the client. It was very fast paced. That was
Perfect. Perfect. But this was also the reason I left BFSI. Also because I got job in another domain. But I mean, BFSI is it's nonstop. And when COVID happened, you got into this entire mode of having businesses which are touchless and paperless, and you don't have to engage with people. And that was the mandate. But how do you do business if you're not engaging with people in, financial sectors, because you're producing anything which is physical, you're basically producing data and it's about, money moving here and there. So the pace of digitization in BFSI kind of became 3 to 4 times when COVID happened. And while it was a blessing in disguise and you got a lot of your journeys went online and you didn't need people anymore for doing your underwriting and all of that stuff. But what it did is after COVID ended, that was the way to do business in BFSI. So BFSI became 24/7. Now you were selling things throughout the day or continuously. Basically, like Bob said that it has to be up and running at every point of time. You cannot have a seconds lapse. You can't have your servers down. You cannot have your APIs failing because that would mean loss of business. So BFSI was a lot about speed, and like you rightly mentioned there, the compliance thing was a non-stop thing. It just went on and on and on. And the more real time it became, the more, they tried to tighten the noose around your neck, the regulators continuously. So when I came into manufacturing, I was like kind of sigh of relief कि चलो अब यहाँ काम करना है लेकिन compliance इतना मुश्किल नहीं होगा because ITGC is simpler and you don't auditors coming in very frequently, all of that. But the thing with manufacturing is that here production lines, if your tech and is not supporting. In BFSI, it was much simpler to make changes to the legacy tech because it was more about softwares and environments and landscapes, IT landscapes. But in manufacturing, it's about actual machines. It's about your HMI consoles. It's about your entire SCADA setups which are there. And to be able to figure out how to connect with those PLCs, how to, automate your line, how to bring about traceability and efficiency. It's a different ball game altogether. You don't have a regulator, but you have a much bigger task of, kind of going ahead and making those changes. So when it comes to pace, I think the only thing probably that I did was that I kept reminding myself that speed without alignment is chaos and fast forward. You have to get people aligned with you when making those changes, especially in manufacturing. BFSI has a lot of churn ratio when it comes to people. You find people very fast, people leave very fast, loyalties just don't exist. Manufacturing is where people start the job and it becomes their first and the last job. People stick, kids get placed when the parent leaves the organization. So people continue. There is a bit of camaraderie which exists. There, people alignment, if you don't have, you're just gonna fail. So that was, and that has been the mantra in making changes in manufacturing digitization, is that you have a big vision, you start with a big vision, and you start small and scale up fast. Because what it does is having a big vision is good, but you build more quick practical wins. When you do that, it's kind of typical also have the formula of deriving value from it by scaling up. So I think that's what helped when we made changes in manufacturing.
I think actually when we talk about digital transformation, all of us have this concept of it's software. We don't think much about the hardware. So that was a very interesting element you brought in. So thank you for that. Would you like me to repeat the question?
Yeah, I mean, do you want me to
Yes,
continue?
yes. No, I'm sorry. Yes. Let me ask you a specific question about your industry. So, so talking about design thinking, which is something that was mentioned earlier, could you share an example of when design thinking directly led to a measurable business or digital transformation outcome, especially in traditional or conservative industries like manufacturing or BFSI?
Sure. I first would like to understand how many of you all know about design thinking. I mean, why is it used? Any of you all know about what is design thinking? Like this. Okay. So imagine a scenario where companies, clients would come and they say that either we want to get onto the bus or what is trending right now. So for example, AI. It's trending right now. We want to get onto that bus, and we also want to show to the world currently we are adopting AI in our transformation process, or we have it in one of our as part of our processes, and then how to go about doing it. And we do not do we have a problem on hand. No, they just come to you, and this is the real time scenario where clients would just come and hear a buzz, say, okay, we want this, and this happened when AI was also trending 3 4 years back. We would like to include in our services or in our business, and we don't know how to go about it. So design thinking methodology, it's a tool actually to solve a problem. It was introduced way back in the 2000s to come up with a solution. Google started off then, selling it as a service. Startups like Uber to shops with them, and what they used to do is within a span of few weeks, say 3 4 weeks, they would understand the problem, create the empathy with the users who are using the product or the service, create ideas about the features, list of it, in fact, a list of it, and then prototype it, test it out, and then finalize the idea and say, okay, now you're good to go. So there are many such companies who created such frameworks. There are around 10 to 15 frameworks, different ways of conducting design thinking, which is nothing but a tool to a solution if you have a problem. There are also companies who are using design thinking as a methodology to reorient organization to experience, to think experience first in their services. Where there were companies who were running in silos. Within the company, the departments running in silos, the departments who were not talking to each other. So, for example, Conclave, and operations is there's a team who's doing the engagement of it. There's a team who's actually organizing as to who are going to be the speakers and all. And then there is a team who's managing the guests. Now, what if they don't talk to each other? What is going to happen? Correct. And that happens in companies also. There are departments who don't talk to each other. And then the design thinking workshops happening in these companies also to align all these employees and the process which can simplify things and which can avoid chaos and eventually, increase revenue, increase productivity, and so on and so forth. And so we did the same thing for a number of clients. I have conducted design thinking workshops for various reasons. I have conducted design thinking workshop for a client who wanted to move from education because they were into fleet business. So they were the fleet, just fleet companies in UK. And they were getting beaten down by the competition and Uber. What they used to do is they used to, have companies for B2B. There is a B2B taxi booking app for corporates. It's happening in London. And now they came to us and they said, we want an app which should look like Uber. Why? Because that is becoming a competition. Now, what is the easiest way to start off with? Start copying Uber. Correct? That is not how we approach the problem. We actually a 6-week design thinking workshop for them, where we first spent the first 4 weeks in understanding the problem statement. What is the problem? Because they were corporates and they were not directly dealing with the end users like Uber did. And we understood what was the problem with the corporate booking app. It had 25 clicks to book a cab. In terms of corporates then moved to Uber, correct? So the problem is not to have a Uber booking app because there were so many permutations and combinations which require those 25 clicks. Now you can't copy and over copy looking at because there are so many rows and so many processes for each company. Imagine white labeling it. You're not just white labeling. Imagine white labeling 20 couplets. How are you going to get which is going to be white labeled by so many different clients? So that was a problem statement. And then they had to, so expand to other user segments. So we actually did that. We prototyped it. We created a working version of the prototype and reduced those 25 clicks to 6 clicks. Now, Uber had 3. It still somehow managed to come closer to that, but it still solved the problem. The revenue jumped 300% in 6 months of the launch of this app. The corporate app, not the end consumer. But it did improve the overall growth. So, the problem is that you just have to sit down with the assessor before jumping onto the conclusion and use design thinking as a methodology to find a solution to it. And it has various steps, and there's no right or wrong from those 15 frameworks of design methodologies that are there on the cloud, which one to use. There's no right or wrong. It depends on what is the problem that you're trying to solve. If it is helping you or not, you can follow anyone. So we did that, and yes. So there are many other companies also for whom we also had a startup company where they wanted to infuse AI. And did that. It was a prototype of how AI can, make the entire call center process of, documenting and processing the invoice efficiently. So the entire process of 2 weeks was reduced to just 15 minutes. So that also was design thinking to create a measurable impact.
That's a very impressive impact. So it sounds like you're saying design thinking is still about maintaining the human touch in digital transformation. And that, as a measurement man also said, that's what is going to measure the success of digital transformation anyway. It's about the people.
Yes, and it's more of a tool that would help you. Now you don't have to just follow the trends, you just have to understand problem area because how is it going to solve the problem is that is
In fact, we should include design thinking in MBA curriculums because it's there. Wonderful.
you have to go through
Wonderful, wonderful. Yeah, yeah. You should, and sir, if you can, add one more course, how to explain tech to non-tech people.
it will take them a long
Right across to people who don't understand. Yeah.
The time will solve this problem. Now, most of the business leaders are becoming tech leaders, so it will automatically solve the problem. So there is a shift which is happening. Non-tech, in a very short span of time, there will not be any non-tech leaders. All will be tech leaders.
Or they're supposed to be one, but yeah.
They probably they're not aware of the fact that they're tech leaders.
They're already tech.
Thank you, sir. So keeping on that theme of digital transformation being more than just about the tools. So at InMobi, how do you measure the success of a digital transformation initiative?
So, and in Mubi and even earlier in all the organizations, we normally look at, the way I explained earlier, how do you select a project? How do you drive it? And what kind of impact it makes on the real business KPIs, right? So if I'm running, let's say, a marketing project, ultimately, how does it help my, marketer in generating a better funnel? Right? And how do I, typical matrices like CLV, how do you help him improve that? And again, in the sales, how effective is my conversion? The end-to-end sales process, and how do I generate my lead? And ultimately, let's go back to customer service, right? What kind of customer service and compliance and fulfillment rates and repeat business we get. So any of these projects would be tied to the key KPIs. Same applies to finance, and some of them could be very operational matrices, which makes the day-to-day life of people simpler, of the employees simpler. So it can be on any of these axes, and that's how we measure, and I think that's how many of the organizations today would be measuring over a period of time, so that see the business impact, see the value, and keep up the momentum. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, our panelists, for answering my questions. I know our students have a lot of questions they'd like to ask you as well, so I'd like to open up the floor for anyone to ask questions. Michelle?
Hi. Thank you, panelists, for the insightful session. I'm Vishal Achari. I come from Royal Enfield with a 3.5 years of work ex in strategy and analytics. As Priti ma'am had mentioned that, sometimes clients come in with buzzwords and they want to inculcate that. So back at Royal Enfield, we also did something like, configurator for our or our bikes, wherein we included AR. And customers really loved that because they were able to see that, and it brought in tangible outcomes. My question I asked Raman sir yesterday as well, open to the other panelists today, that how do businesses ensure that the tech that they're bringing in are not just tech showcases, and they bring in tangible outcomes like profits? So how does one make sure that they're going in the right direction in that sense?
Do you want me to? You okay? So try and understand the goal, the objective, and then of course the requirement of the buzz technology or the buzzword technology. And many a times we create the entire prototype and then we show it to them. This is how, and this is how it's going to be executed. This is the impact it's going to create and the ROI, the cost associated with it. So when AR/VR came in, I'll just give you an example. There were clients who said that, who were tax and auditing clients. And they said that, how do we incorporate AR/VR? And we wrapped up stormed and how it can impact their clients. We understood their customer journeys and all. And we created a kind of a prototype. Okay, this is how probably you can start connecting with your clients, and clients can start interacting with their employees using, try to create a scenario solution. And this is the cost associated with it for 6 months, 1 year, 2 years down the line. This is what is going to incur. And then that entire tricks measurement, measurement of how the cost is going to be, get involved in the company, that deterred them. Because then they saw, okay, this is turning out to be very costly. So they sometimes approach you and tell you, okay, this is what we want to do. Why don't you create a strategy? Why don't you create a solution for us and help us understand how we can, implement it, or whether it is going to be even good for our business or not. I'll give you one example. This company is supposed to be very advanced in comes to their people and implementing new initiatives and features for, and it's just not related to the application that we have. For example, it was more for a fuel center, but still creating which would be impactful with respect to green initiatives. And so can you also include AI as to how we can become more green? And, there are some initiatives. We drew up a plan, created a prototype of an app as to how it can impact people. What are the, things that they can do to reduce the consumption of fuel, initiatives and all. But the cost that was involved, that the solution that we came up with, the strategy that we came up with, the cost, then they deferred it to the next 2 years. So sometimes they are looking out these solutions, but then it's your job to give a true picture. If you don't, yes, that's good. So they in fact look at you give them the true scenario, the true picture with respect to cost and growth. So yeah, anybody would want to add?
Yeah, I just add, I think I'm very strong advocate of using the appropriate technology for the appropriate use cases. Okay, I said that tech show, it's very common, and we are facing now. You will keep facing in future when you go to the market, when you go to your career. Uh, but keep questioning that. There's nothing wrong in questioning that. Are you using? I like Preeti mentioned that every solution you want to solve the problem to show the technology. Both happens. Organization like Nirjima was saying, you should not maintain it happen that I should not be missing the bus, right? So I need to show and demonstrate that I'm tech enabled, tech capable, but at the same time, because that's where your cost and ROI is involved. From positioning also there is an ROI, and from implementing also there is an ROI. But when it comes to the customer problems, then tech show does not work. Customer wants the value from the solution, not the tech show. There was a days, I mean, in my last 7 years, I'm seeing that blockchain came, everybody was running behind blockchain. Metaverse came, every small problem they were trying to solve with blockchain and the metaverse. Now AI and Gen AI is there. So look at the right solutions with the minimal cost and major impact. Business do not want to implement AI just for the sake of AI, especially the customer problem I'm saying. Okay, for the business, yeah, they want to showcase that I'm AI enabled, fine. But what it is returning to you. So always keep that in mind and keep questioning that. This you'll face it uh, every time when a new technology is coming. Nowadays, in any forum you go, the discussion does not complete without AI discussion. But are we really solving the problem with AI or we are just talking AI? Okay. Thank you.
Uh, Sukant, 4 years of experience in the financial planning and analysis function at Deloitte. So my question was when it comes to implementing these solutions in the finance business function. So I was reading a newsletter and about this, and it said that leaders in finance function have reported very low ROI. It tends to be around 10%. Some of them even have difficulty quantifying the ROI. So when it comes to value realization, what can leaders in this area do to maximize the value realization? And how can they understand better how to make maximum usage of these solutions?
So if you're talking about finance, I can tell you that it's perhaps the hardest area, simply because of the data quality in upstream functions. Quite often when you haven't done, let's say your sales team hasn't done a sales forecasting properly, or even your transactions don't get posted on time properly, maybe in any of the industries, for a finance person to do a typical FP&A analysis, or let's say planning working capital and bringing AI into it, or having the CFO cockpit is perhaps the hardest problem. And it's right that, the ROI perhaps has been the lowest so far. So what can be done is you need to make sure the rest of your processes are automated and you get accurate, timely data. And within finance, you'll have to simplify the process, the typical AP, AR, GL, and quite often they become complicated. So the real role of finance, of predicting, of strategic finance, so on and so forth, that gets difficult. So I would say as far as finance goes, if you're talking about ROI in other functions, I would say call it sales, it could be manufacturing, anywhere. Everyone is going to have his own hard story, but I think it's very important, like we've been talking about, as to what is your objective, what is the KPI you're trying to hit, right? And get the different people aligned to it, right? That's very important to have that pull, that sponsorship, right? Unless everybody is aligned to that objective and goal, and this is where the mindset change that Benjamin was talking about also comes in, right? And these are the things that will ensure ROI. ROI doesn't come by itself, right? You have to be very clear. You're solving the right problem and putting all resources and force behind it. Yeah. Hope I could answer at least part of your.
I'll just add to, what Raman said, and very specifically to the point that you mentioned that AI से related जो ROI है वो finance professionals ने बोला है कि कम है और वो सही है और उसमें वक्त लगेगा, and I'll tell you why. See, AI has helped financial industry in two areas, and it can help the financial industry in two areas, right? What it actually does it has to study the data that is available. It helps with detecting patterns and it helps with predictions of pattern-based behavior, what can happen, what cannot. Now, fraud detection is one such area, and second is it has to give you business insights. Fraud detection के case में scenario it's more saving now is getting for you. So there will be such. The other aspect, which is business building through business insighting and all of that, that depends upon the intelligence it builds on the data that you have had so far. And this is which comes along with these AI softwares. The data that we have had thus far has been shitty because the data collection methods have been weak, the data validations have been weak, the data is generally eyeball, it is not really coming into a stream which can add value. So now organizations working on projects like data lakes, etc., is when you focus on building a good stream of data, and maybe over the next few years, helpful derive, business insights and they will generate revenue for you. I think till such time, uh, have BFSI panelists also here who can add to it if they have same experience also when we used it. You're right. It doesn't bring ROI fast. It will take time.
I would just like to add some of the innovative solutions that we were part of building for the fintech industry and BFSI as well, but it was not for direct consumers, it was for the back office, where a considerable amount of ROI was visible if AI or machine learning was, automation for that matter, was implemented. A lot of the European countries, they are still dependent on manual collection of documentation and manual verification of documents, which leads to a lot of errors even today. Countries like Spain, Italy, and Germany, there are pockets, there are still localized banks who are using that. And if is applied there, when documents are scanned by an application and all the mistakes are being identified by the app itself, and then there is a notification which goes out to the customer instead of a 6-week process of verification. Yes, there was notable seen there if implemented. But there are other issues there with cost which is associated with it to implement to replace the entire module digitization. Yes. If you compare that with the initially it would be less, but then eventually, as she said, I know across a period of 1 year or so, they would improve. So I guess you would have to see that this lock-in period of your investment and then what's this period of so that if you consider that, then there's considerable amount of use cases where automation and AI can be applied. If you start today, then probably yes, 1.5 years down the line, the ROI definitely.
Just add the 2 point what Preeti mentioned is whether it is, I mean, if we look at BFSI, there are typical use cases where AI was being used from ages, but it was not called AI, a propensity model. all about on the data and we're not calling AI, now we are calling AI. Fraud detection, all works on data, AI. Uh, your customer acquisition, sales forecasting, AI. So it's important that when we are implementing AI, how do I measure it? Earlier, my propensity model was saying that 77% conversion. Now it is increased from 77% to 90% or not. That's where we can figure it out. Sales forecasting, how accurate it was last year versus this year. You can figure out the realization and the AI. So it is important to measure rightfully. Uh, that will help to see the realization.
Hello, everyone. Yeah, thank you for your insightful discussion on digital transformation. And as we discussed that digital transformation is 80% about people, uh, my name is Imtiaz Sheikh and I have a 3.5 years work experience in the data center operations domain in Amazon Web Services. So when we discuss digital transformation and the people aspect of it people generally fear transformation and change is always refrained. So how do we go about managing this change and uh, even though it varies with industry to industry and case to case basis. In your experience, how have you all managed a people first approach in digital transformation and any pointers that is core to your change management from a people's perspective?
So, see, technology changes at a very fast pace, but beliefs don't change that fast. So you have to plan in a way where, at some point of time you make the two come together and, work together. So when an organization is planning for a digital transformation, and this is typically what we do, because like I said, in manufacturing, if you're not taking people along, your digital tech is going to fail no matter, how great your solutioning is. So we invest in early mindset building. So when we are planning a change, we would start getting champions from cross-functional departments whom we would start kind of onboarding and grooming and making them see the point. These people would typically be influencers in their own, departments. And then their job is to subtly go and communicate back in not so much as a workshop kind of a manner, but in our everyday conversation, corridor conversation, water cooler conversations, where they tell people that, okay, this is happening, maybe this is what it's going to do, this is what I see, this is the benefit. And that helps you kind of get people on board slowly while you do that change. So when we did, let's say, for example, an ERP implementation at our end, people were very comfortable with the erstwhile ERP that we had. And they were not very comfortable with moving on to another because a lot of manual processes we were automating with the new age ERP. So we had to kind of build a core team with nominations from every key function, and these are the people whose job was to understand what it's there. You find out that it's very political, and that's how you go ahead and do it, because in the long run you're doing something good for the organization and building value. So you take them along, you guide them, and still you would always have some laggards. So when you're deciding on a digital project, you follow the 3L methodology: leverage, laggards, and liability. What do you check? Leverage would be, what is this going to bring to me or the organization as a benefit? Laggards would be, who is going to resist it? So how do you get them onboarded? And liability is there a risk involved? What's the risk involved? Can I contain it? Is it possible or not possible? You apply this framework to every project that you are trying to onboard, and you would know exactly first whether you should take it. If you should take it, what is the way to go about it? So getting on people onboarded early, not pushing them into a change, I think that is something that works well always in aligning people when you make transformative changes.
Like to add to that, I would say very transparent and open communication using both formal and informal methods. And literally, the people who drive the change, call it the CIO, they have to be on the floor. It can't be just in conference rooms. They have to be on the floor. The water cooler conversations that have been said, have informal chats, and be transparent about why you're doing it. And once the objectives are clear and people know and that they will be reskilled where needed. Let's say the AI stuff that is happening now. I think the biggest point is that people have to be reskilled, right? I think if those are taken care of, then it becomes smoother. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
You make people believe that it's their idea. So people rally for it when they believe it's their idea and not yours. That's it.
Also, I think add resources which they can, look out for or, reach out to learn more about the new transformation solution. The new solution which is already changed, then yes. And once you involve them in feedback and initial feedback and early feedback loops, they would like, love to be part of it.
To our conversation on the one of the question blind spot. Okay, your question will be answered from there, and it's no less than transformation, no less than a product launch. In your curriculum, you would be understanding the product management. In product management, you build a product, you socialize it, you reach out to the stakeholders, and you prepare your marketing team for online and offline, both kind of communication. So transformation is also nothing less than a product. Communication is and socializing most important. Uh, there can be multiple channels. So depending on the scenario, identify the channel and communicate. Communication is the most important thing.
Hello, sir. Hello, ma'am. I'm Aditya. I'm working with Deloitte as an internal auditor. And this topic is interesting for me because we have seen a lot of transformation and we were supposed to check the compliance part of it. So during the maybe having that conversation talk, we identified there are a lot of gaps that happens either due to they are doing a transformation on greenfield setup that is starting from the scratch or a brownfield that is somewhere already established. So the question would be here. I wanted to understand in case of any digital transformation, how to understand that you are not an early player. There could be some update coming up, or you don't want to be a latecomer that the transformation has already happened across the organization and you don't want to miss that bus. How to identify the right time?
Oh, if this question is coming from Deloitte, I'm surprised. Going to the original definition, the first question that definition of digital, the transformation or the digital transformation. Uh, Having the right definition is very important. Uh, if I'm doing the transformation, it has a clear objective which I can measure. Uh, if I'm as long as I'm able to measure, I will have the clear impact visible on that. Uh, I hope that's what you were looking for, right?
Yes. Adding to that,
Sorry. I missed that part. So transformation is the need of the business. It's not the adopters or you miss the bus. It's not the AI adoption. It's not the metaverse adoption. It's a need of the business. If your business is running, doing best of the world, then you don't need a transformation. If business realize that your efficiency is reducing, your peer players are going ahead, then you need a transformation. So it is important, like Nokia, BlackBerry, uh, they miss the bus. Okay, so keep checking, keep the pulse of the market, be aware that what's happening around, and then decide that you need to transform. So it's a need of the business, not the missing of the bus. That's how I see it.
Digital birthday first show is mostly suicidal.
No, but I would say there's always this thing that our leaders used to tell us, you stay 1 year ahead of where you are in your vision today. So if you're today, say in July, you need to think of July 2026, plan for that and see what your competitors are doing, stay abreast of what they are adopting as technology and all. And say within a month or so of your competitors and saying, okay, we are having, we are saying AI or saying GCC and all. Yes, most leaders do hop onto that bus. Correct? And so there's no, I would say there's no right or wrong. You just have to go with it. But instinct as a leader, that's what I've observed. So to answer your question, you just have to be aware of what's going on and whether it's going to make profits for your business or not, or for the client or the company that you're working in.
Thank you so much.
Hello. Hi, I'm Aditya Pardeshi. I have 4.5 years of work ex in TVS Motor Company. So my question is this digital transformation when we were trying to do, we used to take more ideas from the people. So they used to give ideas, but when we used to ask them about reasoning, give some data backup, reasoning or anything that will help us to implement that idea. Then we used to see serious lack of motivation in people. They will be like, "Arey yaar, kaun itna work kaam karega," kind of thing. But the ideas used to be good. But in order to implement that, we need that data backup. Without that, we cannot implement. So my question is how to motivate people in these kind of scenarios. That's so that it makes easy for us to implement that idea and it is feasible. We can check feasibility and implement. So how to motivate people in this kind of scenario?
So it's a very cultural thing in of the organization. Some organization encourage and promote open ideas, innovation, and take this to the closure. Some organization is just pass the instruction and you have to implement it. Couple of example I'll give. Uh, in my organization, where we have the portal where we if any idea comes, that also I implemented 2, 3 years back. Any idea, it's based on the feedback. So the HR conducts multiple feedbacks. Uh, Employees share their views. That triggered, okay, we have to have something like that. So it's a culture where HR take the feedback in a positive sense and then look for the solution. We implemented the portal where anyone and everyone can throw their ideas. In a year, we pick up 5 to 10 ideas and take it to the closure. That's one of the examples. Second example, in one of my previous organization, we used to have the uh, techathon or ideathon kind of workshop where event where we pick up the ideas, diversified ideas in a different business domain, different technology domain, and get it implemented and close. So it's according to me, it is more of the culture. If you're too much concerned about your idea is not getting heard, probably you're not at the right place. That's what I can say.
Write the note. To your question, the digital transformation is like cleaning your room. Okay. So all of you here, I'm assuming most of you are bachelors, single, right? और तुम सबके कमरे तुमको ही पता है कैसे हैं. But it's like when you start cleaning your room ना, दो scenario होता है. ठीक है? Once you start doing it, you feel like why did I do it sooner? Second होता है क्या क्या निकल रहा है जिस तरह की So it can land both ways. So the people who start asking for digital, उसको भी अपना CV बनाना है next job के लिए. So that person has to show that they have done something in digital. But start asking hard-hitting questions about facts and pulling out details. Sometimes it works, sometimes it opens up the can of worms. So I think that's how it works out. I think assess the opportunity. Do you, if you're not getting, then probably try and source it from other areas, I would say. I faced similar scenarios when we were trying to source information about personas and users. We don't get it from one scenario, we go to the other one. I mean, we don't get it from one area, we go and reach out to other areas. So just to give a, I mean, giving you a hack.
Uh, Good morning, everyone. So my name is Swapnil, and I have around 3.7 years of work ex as a software developer at LTI Mindtree. So it's actually great to see one of the panelists from my organization here. I'd like to say that companies need to lead through changes, disruptions, and global events like COVID-19 and the events that happen currently. So how does a company like specifically like Club Mahindra, who operates in the tourism dependent hospitality industry, leverage the digital tools to lead through such events to lead like long-term sustainable solutions?
So much of revenge tourism.
So on a serious note, uh, we have been affected a lot in such in such events, whether it was COVID, whether it was Indo-Pak situation which was happening. We've been impacted a lot, but we absorbed all those losses and found the innovative way of doing or running the show. Uh, but it brought us the uh, since we are in hospitality business, and also it's not like some of the hotels, some of the uh, resorts were running just or still run just uh, for first stay and all. We are in a different, we give the experience, okay? And those experience, if when you are situation like COVID, you can't give the experience. So only thing what we could do is that reduce our costs so that we are able to run at some extent. But there was no use of much technology in order to operate our business. We were just affected. So that's what I can say. I mean, was your question that how we managed during COVID, right?
Yeah. During
We were affected. We were affected a lot. And the data shows hospitality was most affected. Hospitality as well as uh, travel industry was most affected the business.
Hello, sir. Good morning. Thank you for the insightful session. My name is Tion. I'm experience the previous tax consultant. So my question is, what is the one decision framework or principle that you use frequently as a digital leader, and you wish that business students were taught more?
So one of the frameworks I find useful is, dividing your initiatives that the organization may be thinking of along a, performance, productivity, and transformation axis, right? So if you're able to see what's going to completely transform the company and what is needed for ongoing performance, which can't be, you know, underemphasized, right? At the same time, because you need to keep the lights on, you need to keep going, right? And same applies to performance, right? Performance and productivity, I would say, besides compliance. So if you're able to look at it in that frame, it brings in a lot of focus and simplicity, right? The other way to look at it is, I'll call it as, which is fairly standard and used, is run, grow, transform innovation. I don't know if that is covered, but ability to crunch all your initiatives into a run, grow, transform set of initiatives. And that that affects your ROI calculations, the pace at which these projects will go, and what kind of resources they get, right? And I think this kind of at least has helped me.
Uh, so in terms of decision making framework, honestly speaking, I've been grown up very organically, experimenting and fail and then take a decision. That's how I have grown up. But in one of my academic program, I also had the similar question so that I can have my decision more structured way. And then there were multiple framework which is available and taught to me. And then I found that this was anyway I was practicing from long, but I did not have any name to that. So one of them is that OODA loop framework, which is used, observe, um, observe, optimize, and then act. Okay. It's very popular where it gives you uh, just like I was talking about the ideation thing, which is you observe what's required, then you operate, take the idea and then take the decision and act on it. And then again take the feedback, again apply the same process. Uh, Again, other one is the Pune Wind framework. That gives a very, again, they give you the different structure where with lot of, what all different influence it can have uh, on your decision. Okay. So this is a two which very much resonate to what we are doing on regular basis. But I agree with Raman, uh, this is the typical practice which follow, but there's a name to that. This is what two I mentioned you. You can check it out. There's a long multiple books and videos available on that. It gives you the very structured definition to that.
Would just like to add to have a human-centric approach to every solution, which is something that I find technologists or developers or coming from technology background or business background, they lack. And we literally, at least I have this experience where I had to literally sit down and explain the terms of what is user experience, which is often seen as just something which is seen visually and should be good looking and aesthetically appealing. No, it's not that. Customer experience journeys and creating an experience first or human centric approach for having a human centric approach for a solution is very, very important in today's times. So if you can, you all please learn about it and implement it wherever you all go.
Yeah, I have a question for the panel. Sometimes what happens, the functional team or the mid-level team understand the need for digital or tech, and they have that understanding of why it has to be implemented and so on. What if you have a top management who doesn't have a tech literacy at all, right? Digital literacy is not at all there. And convincing them becomes quite difficult, right? We face this challenge day in, day out. How do you handle this?
This is everyday story of our lives. So we are trained a lot. But I'll tell you something, sir. This is also changing. So you are very right. Till today, convincing the ideas that you have, what changes it will bring, it would always boil down to ROI, and rightly so, because that's the purpose of every business to make profit, unless it's completely CSR. If you can drive the point home in numbers, they get convinced. If you can show 5-year, 10-year ROI plan to them and some short wins in the first 2 years, they get convinced. But today actually the sides have reversed. अब क्या हो रहा है कि इतनी ज्यादा टेक लिटरेसी ऊपर हो गई है कि हमको बहुत ज्यादा काम करना पड़ रहा है. What is happening is because they circles and business house and their leaders, and even if it's a family-owned business, they are doing so much in technology. So, okay, in my company, we did this in AI. Okay, I'm setting up a GCC. Okay, this business conglomerate has revolutionized this part of function using this. So when they talk in their circles, they come back and say, over here, and it's actually happening the reverse way. The problem now is that it's got asking for knowledge. Again, a problem, right? Because just influenced by something which is happening outside, not understanding the answers. And sometimes you are right, and we have to keep our jobs. But sometimes I think personal discussions which happen and people, kind of get convinced. But it's an ongoing battle that we still face with convincing people. But mostly, आप अगर numbers दिखा पाए, if you can show the ROI, I think you're home with businesses.
The problem is in this institution, you can't show numbers.
You actually can, matlab, depending on the use case that you have, but some of it might be intangible, and I don't know exactly, you would be more of the point you're talking about, but maybe we can discuss offline.
So I think a proactive communication, education helps as to what exactly is happening both ways, right? Earlier it was where literally they used to feel, why do you need this investment? And now it is the pace of change, right? So why are we not doing something? So a realistic conversation with some benchmarks and numbers, I think it helps. It's honestly an occupational hazard for you.
Thank you.
So I was about to answer your question in a different context, but the moment you said that it's for your institution, I just took a step back. But still, yeah, because you are not in a business of IT and ROI kind of thing.
See,
Right?
what happens, resources come with a lot of capex as well, right?
True.
So when we go and explain this is the way how things can be better and this is what has to be implemented and so on. It becomes quite difficult to convince the other side because they look at more of a capex and we fail to put financial numbers like an ROI, what you can do in a typical commercial entity, right? So in such occasions, it becomes quite difficult to push the decision.
But still, I would say what I wanted to say. It may help in some other form. It's not always definitely if you want to implement any technology, uh, you have the idea it needs the investment, just investment. But there are also the situation where you can't live without those investment and still you have to do and compete with the market. Uh, where I think we get the guidance that you want to do, you do, but if you have the budget of 5 crore, you'll get 5 crore. Make the changes within 5 crore only. So that's where we bringing a lot of open source, correct my technical debt and establish the right foundation, which may be wrong from the past, but change the foundation so that it it supports. If earlier I had 20 applications, now I have 5 applications which meet the same business need. But and so my overall budget remains same, but still I'm able to do that. So that's another way to look at it. And practically, I have done that in the past, where we wanted to do to keep a pace with the market and the industry, reduce the team size, reduce the number of applications, establish the foundation, so, and it is sustainable for a couple of more years at par with the business.
So why don't you pass the CapEx That's what they are. Some experience with Deloitte, DFI, the FCI, they would have had some savings. Branding does eventually invest.
Thank you so much, panelists. I think in the interest of time, we're going to wrap up here, but I really learned a lot and I've taken copious notes, and I think anyone who knows me well knows I like to do that a lot. But thank you very, very much for all of your insights. I'm going to hand the floor back to the host now.
I would like to express my sincere gratitude to our esteemed leaders for joining us today and sharing their valuable perspective on digital transformation. A big thank you to Harshita for facilitating such an engaging and insightful conversation. Now I would like to welcome Professor Kanakraj to present token of appreciation to our guests. I would request Mr. Vikas Master to please come forward. Ms. Mejabin Tajalam. Ms. Preeti Saini. Mr. Raman Srinivasan. Thank you, sir. Now we will have a group picture for all the panelists and the moderator. Can you please?
What do you want photograph? Go on to the other concept.
Thank you all. I would now request everyone to proceed outside LC2 for group photo. After the tea break, I will kindly request the audience to be seated at 11:25 a.m. Thank you.
In first organizations. As organizations embrace AI and automation at scale, leadership itself is transformation. In tech-first environments, the human element remains central. But how leaders manage talent, drive engagement, and foster collaboration must evolve. This how leaders can use technology, empathy, pivot agile, digitally fluent teams, and navigate ethical questions surrounding in the workplace. It will highlight the skills, sets, decisions related to Mr. HDFC Life. Now I would like to welcome the services. Thank you, sir.
As AI and automation reshape how we work, leadership must evolve just as fast, with empathy, agility, and digital fluency at the core. Joining us for this insightful conversation are some of the most forward-thinking minds in people-centered transformation in tech-driven environments. It is a pleasure to present you all to our esteemed panelists. Our first guest for the panel is Mr. Lokesh Natu, Center Head at Altus Group. With a rich career spanning industries from commercial real estate and e-commerce to telecom and technology, he has consistently championed entrepreneurship, scaling businesses, building high-impact teams, and settling up functions from ground zero to excellence. Group stages recognitions like the Aditya Birla Chairman's Individual Award, and GCC Leader of the Year. He was driven by his belief in the power of people, process, and profits. An active mentor, music enthusiast, and chess lover, continues to inspire and shape future leaders. I will request Mr. Lokesh to please join us on the stage.
Before proceeding further, to request Mr. Chiradeep to please come on stage and Professor Kanakraj to please felicitate with the token of welcome.
Our next panelist is Mr. Vision. And the top XLRI management program and institutions like PMP, CSPO, AWS, and Google Cloud. He is a trusted advisor to CXOs and a passionate advocate for startup ecosystems and emerging technologies. I will request Mr. Bhavani to please join us on the stage. Now we are pleased to welcome Mr. Sivakumar, Chief Digital Officer, Financial Services. Digital evolution means initiatives that enhance customer engagement, accelerate growth through digital marketing, and drive strategic decision-making powered by analytics. With experience in digital asset management and product development from his tenure at Sher Khan, he brings deep expertise in content strategy, CRM, and business analysis. A passionate advocate for customer-centric innovation, he has been instrumental in building future-ready digital channels that strengthen financial market presence and elevate customer experience. I will request Mr. Shiva Kumar to please join us on the stage.
Next is Dr. Shawsen Gupta, country leader, Kindle Retail, Kindle India, and innovation leader, design strategy. She helps reimagine experiences in high industries. Prime recipient, Srijal Shakti National Award. She is also a mentor and design advocate. I would request Shawsen Gupta to be here with us. Thank you, ma'am. Next panelist is Mr. Rohit Yam, Chief Technology Officer at HDFC Life, a seasoned technology strategist with 20 years of leadership across US, Southeast Asia, TMS. He has led development, digital, including CTC, cloud-based lending systems, and sport banking. Fortunate with the fintech system, he actively mentors startups, CEL, contributing to India's innovation and entrepreneurship landscape. I would request Mr. Rohit to please join us on the stage. Joining us as well is Mr. EC Limited. ETC, he is spearheading business from the ground. With the current leadership roles, he ensures that market lows new. He brings the engineering design operations, bridging both B2B and C domains. And solutions from scalable architectures and microservices to industry first landscapes. Celebrating for his leadership, consistently driven 0 to 1 production, streamlined operations, and driven growth across unique startups clients. His ability to fuse technology with business impact makes him an contributor organization. Thank you so much, sir, for being here with us.
I would now like to welcome stakeholder engagement, agile delivery, organization, consistently earning recognition for customer-centric mindset and delivery execution. Please welcome Paloma on stage for the esteemed panelists. Over to you, Paloma.
Thank you so much for a generous introduction, Vikhyat and Shivangi. Well, based off that introduction alone, it is my absolute privilege to be seated alongside such distinguished individuals. A very good morning to everybody. Thank you. So we just had such a transformational conversation prior to our tea break. Now we'll be moving into how leadership has been rebirthed in such a transformational journey. So starting off, this question goes off to the entire panel. In a time where AI is now not merely just a tool, but it's almost become like a strategic partner, right?
So if you could just tell us actually, how has AI, fundamentally changed the way your organizations have, operated or how you've engaged with your customers? Anyone would like to start us off?
Well, a very good morning to everyone. So artificial intelligence is kind of the new disruptive, so not exactly new as some of the panelists earlier mentioned that we have been using some form of it or other in the past. Let's say you do the data mining, you do forecasting, like, so that time we also use some kind of data, but nowadays it has been moving in a very fast pace and it has changed the way we kind of lead and operate as an organization because there is a lot of actually cross team collaboration that is happening and which is more essential in terms of artificial intelligence because to avoid avoid the bias that are there, like you might be using different models, llms and all, which might have some imperfections, and this cross team collaboration helps to bring in people from different functions so that they kind of combine together and actually deliver a finished product to the customer. I think Professor Patro was there and he was talking about the transformation happening at the G. I worked for G around 15 years back. So I was involved in a lot of actually such projects at that time also, transformation projects. So it is ingrained in the DNA of some organizations to actually drive home the transformation. So the way actually G approaches is to do the value stream mapping, like when you were having actually cross teams, like for example you were actually hiring a new candidate for your organization, right? So the first phase is the screening part where the technical recruiter and all, they screen them, and then there is an interview that happens. There is a record created in the HRMS system after the interview passes all the tests, and then after that there is a procurement team which kind of actually orders for laptops or any kind of hardware that they need, and at the end of it there is a team which kind of takes in the team member into the organization. So there are various stakeholders involved in each of these phases. So it is quite important for us to identify the stakeholders at each of these stages. So for that, the value stream mapping is a very good way to identify that who are your initial stakeholders, so that you take them into confidence and then you actually propose an approach for the digital transformation. Transformation has never been an easy job. So there is a resistance coming from people, there's a resistance coming from actually the bosses. But as a technologist, if I see the value, then I have to do it. Like the tagline of XLRI says, for the greater good. So, as all of us, I mean, the students, so you'll be actually the future leaders in the industry, right? So you have to think that what is for the greater good and then take a call. So do not be afraid of taking decisions, and do not be actually afraid of actually proposing new solutions to make the kind of the business run smoother. So just get people with you and then actually make the transformation happen in a seamless way. So that has been the mantra.
Thank you so much, sir. You did mention about collaboration, right? So we do have teams that, teams where their businesses are getting, processes are getting transformed, but we also have teams that are driving change. How, as leaders, are we bringing about like this meaningful collaboration between these teams to like have some sort of shared success between them?
Uh, Short answer to first question. AI has made entry of every function's budget. That's the first thing. So every function has an AI element, and that gets approved fast. In a way, it's good because you are forced to think if you're not thinking. So that's the first thing I can talk about. And when you say collaboration, this is something where I mean, collaboration comes in once you have team, right? Lot of business problems, if I see, they're not necessarily you think of AI as first. Okay, I want to implement AI to do this. Uh, One of the examples, if I can give, we wanted to launch cities outside of India. I'm talking about my previous company, and there were some mandates or technology company, e-commerce, and we wanted to launch in Southeast Asia. COVID came, we couldn't go. So we just thought, okay, there are some compliances and some things that we have to do necessarily with technology. We just, for example, we take data of visitor and we just don't think about it, right? We take photo. But in other countries, that might be a question and it might be a breach.
How do you tackle that? And at that point of time, right from person to vehicle, we were in automotive e-commerce. Uh, we came up with an answer, and that answer was actually an artificial intelligence answer. So we have to make our IPs, we have to go it that way. So when and the collaboration comes in later part, right? And when you want to build a team, you launch a country without traveling. You set up an organization without traveling. That's the way I find collaboration. Obviously, there are a lot of tools that we can always talk about, right from Teams, Microsoft, Workplace, WorkVivo. All of them help. And generally, now if you see, none of the meeting you have to take MOMs. They come easily to you. And if you put intelligent plugins to that, they will also summarize key decisions, some strong viewpoints. And how do you build on that is collaboration in my mind. It should travel or it should remain with me.
So basically, as you already know, there are actually three pillars of any organization. So they are actually people, processes, and the tools. So, you can't have the processes and the tools without the people. You can't have a process without actually, so you can't have people and tools without any process. So because that will be chaos. So all these things have to go in a very synchronous manner, and they are intertwined to each other. So, when we talk about teams, we talk about the people and the technology and the processes coming together, right? So the use case I gave earlier was actually getting a people into the organization, right? So this is how you kind of actually weave that particular framework in which you are driving the change within your organization. So that is the key, that once you identify that, then probably it is very easy to kind of propose it to the senior management that this is the value add. When I talk about the value stream mapping, we have to show basically the value derived at each and every state of that process. So when you get to know that, then only you can go for a buy-in from your management.
Thank you, sir. I mean, Lokesh, you mentioned that there are AI is implemented at every different functionalities and at different functions in an organization. So there would be employees there that would have certain like AI related anxieties, right? So how are we, motivating them, encouraging them to, work alongside such intelligent systems? This is not just limited to Lokesh, go to the entire panel.
All the things are limited to my individual capacity and not for when the company state because we are in blackout period and I'm a designated person. So coming to the anxiety, okay. This is one interesting which I want to tell. Lokesh, you know driving car? Yes. So Lokesh knows something, he knows it. You know driving flight? No. So Lokesh knows something, he doesn't know it. Now the thing about AI is I don't even know that I don't know that. And when the first emotion that triggers is anxiety. And especially something is coming, doing the transformation, especially in the companies or even in the projects where there's a job losses or what goes to happen. Honestly, I'm the first one to experience on the digital lens. And when we speak about anxiety also, it is more relevance because feel maybe my work is not needed. I need so and if you go and why they like that, it is because the things within the get changed. That's where it stems from the anxiety part of it, is what I feel. And the still solve this is an open ability.
Thank you so much. Quite educated for the entire group. I hope you all are paying attention to all of this because you'll be moving into such, organizations where When you move in, AI could be a whole different ballgame altogether.
I think when these people move in, they will inevitably have team members who are AI bots. So that's exactly what is happening. You will have either you're in sales or you're in operations, you're in underwriting, or you're in risk. You will have bots who would be working with you. And that's something which is today minus 6 months, which has already happened. Right. So you better get used to working with bots. I just want to say that. Yeah.
This is a very interesting point you brought in because I wanted to bring about generational diversity at a workplace here because there could be situations where the younger generation could be a little bit more digital native than their own leaders. So how are we bringing maintaining generational
Advantages,
diversity?
disadvantages. I can stir the can here and tell you that the attention span for younger generations that I am working with, my experience, I'm not generalizing. My experience has been extremely short, right? Goldfishes, right? That's what I call it. If the goldfishes are going to work, how would they get commitment? The question to be thought is that how do you get ownership? How do you get commitment? How do you drive? How do you become leaders? Unless you don't have ownership and commitment. Right? So that's the point. You may be very good, you may be digitally native, but if your goldfishes.
Well, but so you spoke about like goldfishes and their particular specific like commitment and ownership. So how are we, since all of you are like top of the game leaders, how are we measuring productivity in an AI human interaction sort of forum that happens?
Maybe I can take that.
Yes, please.
See, it's no longer speed, right? Of course, automation enables efficiency. That's great. But it's also time to insights. And insights isn't easy, right? Because what we sometimes come up as observation is not necessarily insights. And insights always have a dilemma to it. And that dilemma is not easy to solve, right? So go after insights that give you the opportunity to solve a dilemma, opportunity to solve a tension, right? And it's not easy to get there. So it doesn't really matter how fast you are, but how rich with your insights you are. How are you able to translate those insights into business actions? And you're in fact unlocking access, right? AI is not the sum total of number of people in a room. It's beyond that. So definitely co-creation is one way, but don't limit co-creation with just co-creating with people, right? It's co-creating with data sets, co-creating with geographic diverse insights. It is about also diverse points of views, not just in terms of what people bring on the table, but what are the patterns that you see, right? And those patterns are not easy to see by human lenses. And that's where you bring in the perspective and where you're almost augmenting your decision process. So your the acumen of critical thinking is going to be key. And how would you drive that, right? It's typically through empathy. And empathy is easier said than done. But remember, if you are fundamental around driving empathy, which is truly, truly understanding what is the problem that you're after, you're able to chase clarity. So that's the loop.
Would you also say that this extends to also how to bring in like human judgment remaining central in such critical decision making?
That's always there. And it's not just human judgment. It's also about what is it that, there is what we call a society that is amplifying all our goodness, righteousness, etc. There is something that is very clearly good and bad. That's where, ethics come in play. Right. And it is not so much about making sure that you're translating the insights, but how you're able to augment that, take it forward, see it as a force multiplier, and then drive business decisions around it.
A very important thing, right? So a lot of times people say, how do we measure AI, right? AI is not to be measured with faster, better, accurate, whatever. It is not to be measured like that. If you're measuring AI like that, you're still living in last generation.
Just keep that in mind. I'll leave that question to you. How do you want to measure it?
That's good thought provoking. Thank
I
you.
want to add one thing. The metrics that we track for people and for AI are very different. For us, AI is mostly creating a helping tool to make us better. So I am from a software development environment, and we use AI very extensive. From development, from testing, from deployment, everything. And it has increased the productivity to a level where we have seen the code which was supposed to be shipped in 2 days or 3 days, now I'm able to do it in half a day. Yeah. So the metric for that user for which that code was supposed to be shipped is now complemented using AI.
Thank you so much, sir. I think ma'am sort of brought in the concept of ethics and the good and bad. How are we balancing that as leaders between AI innovation as well as managing the risks associated with innovation?
Yeah. So basically, that's a good question. How to manage the ethics and governance part of it? So that can be done in multiple ways. One is basically implementing it in your development cycle. Actually, the design phase, right? Whether the data that I'm taking is a certified data, whether I have got approval from the sources that have taken the data. So that is one aspect of it. So design. After design, you do the build, right? So in the build, what are the toll gates that you have for measuring ethical parameters? Like, whether there is any kind of false data or there is a data integrity part of it, right? So that the data governance part of it, right? So the data sovereignty, right? So whether it adheres to the GDPR guidelines or maybe other guidelines that are kind of related to that. So that is actually the build part of it. And then the deploy part of it, as you rightly mentioned, right? We are using various tools to deploy the data across the board. So how we are actually measuring or we are controlling the distribution of the data. Like, is that data is public, or is that product being actually served as a SaaS service that can be subscribed to? So how do we secure the transaction? So there comes the factor of the security, which kind of securing the architecture, securing the infrastructure on which artificial intelligence machines or the machine learning things actually run. Okay, so securing the perimeter is an important thing there. So these are the various aspects that we come into picture. Apart from the governance model, we have to establish a very strong governance model. There has to be reviews ingrained into the whole process, wherein there has to be multiple interventions by the human actors. Like, you can't depend on a model to just actually deliver something for you. You have to actually monitor what that model is giving you. So that means that you have to do the data refinement part of it. So when we talk about the training of the models, so that is basically the refinement of the data that we do. So that when we actually serve the customers or when we create a tool, like for example, the chat GPT, you type something in chat GPT, then it gives a response. Okay. So you never know that response is factually true or not, right? So that all depends how that model has been actually trained. So if there is someone who is having a different motive, they can train the model and they can actually circulate it as actually free of cost. So we can think as an organization that, so that's a free model, we could use it for all, but then we will get the data that is not relevant at all. And we might in turn actually give the same data to the customers or anyone, right? So that it comes, we have to make a conscious decision, what model to use, how to refine the data, how to create the toll gates, and how to create the review cycle, the feedback loops and all. And that is why actually the question that you asked earlier about the Gen Z, the Zen Alpha, and right, I see it as a big opportunity because when people come on board in my team who are actually already exposed to that kind of technology, that actually reduces my time to go to market. So because they already come with that technology, I can use it as a leverage to actually train them for better actually performance, right? So when people come to me training, so that's a plus for me, you know. So I actually tend to have people who are younger. So I know about actually the attention span, but I mean, we need to channelize those energies into a different space so that they deliver at the top. So that's how I feel about the Gen Z, Gen Alpha, Gen X, whatever it is.
I share the same feelings, sir, with you for sure. But you brought in like data. You would like to add?
So the tricky thing with ethics, I think, is we don't know full form of ethic. Everyone thinks he or she is correct. Okay. So what I feel is when it comes to ethics and AI, if I just pick these two words, uh, uh, I hope I'm correct. Logic and maths and numbers, right? Right brain is emotions, right? It is like either or, but I guess I'm correct. So what I feel is AI can give you a great org structure. You give all the inputs, it will create an incredible org structure. It will say chief sustainability officer. Now, chief sustainability officer, it will have span of control, all of it. It can just give a full org structure from inception till GTM and maturity. Tomorrow, if chief sustainability officer starts doing greenwashing, how many of you are of greenwashing? Green initiative, which are fake in nature, right? Now, this has to be understood by the leaders of the company. And leader is everyone from office boy to a CEO. If they can observe that this is something incorrect, I cannot come to office and see vibes of office. Is there any politics going on? Is there any discrimination going on? So I feel for transactional work, AI fits in well. And when it comes to ethics, values, emotions, the right brain and human dependency can be much better.
That's a wonderful answer. I think it requires a. Thank you. So I just wanted to specifically ask Mr. Rohit Kilim, since we spoke about a lot about how ethics and everything about AI and how AI is impacted, you specifically champion the term of human-friendly tech. Could you take us through that philosophy, please?
Right. So I think, uh, first of all, yeah, I would come back to gender diversity later, but yeah, I still have comments on that, but
Please, floor is all yours.
But yes, uh, human-centric technology is extremely important. What does that mean? Is keeping it very simple, keeping it empathetic, as some of the panelists talked about. Also, how do you create it, keep it very accessible, easy to access, and it should be able to keep a certain level of guardrails around. It should not go beyond those specific guardrails. Right? We have seen coaching bots, and you've seen some kind of bots going all over the place. Right? So how do you keep that? How do you keep it human centric? Human centric means it has to be emotive. It has to be expressive. It has to be accessible and simple, right? Those are the tenets around human centric design. There's a whole lot of research which is happening only on human centric design, right? Is Google Page a human centric design? Itself is an interesting debate to have, right? I don't think so. It is. I don't think so. Similarly, when we build human-centric systems, we have to ensure that the correct. If you've lost your credit card, you can't just give them a hey, welcome, and all that, right? Or if you have a bereavement in the family, you go for a claim, right? You have to handle that with a certain level of emotional maturity, right? So how do you bring that? That AI is able to help us do that sentiment analysis, do that right feedback, personalized feedback, and we do. That's a human-centric design. So more and more AI models are going to become human-like, right? So that's where the value is going to be in terms of creating a human-like AI, and that's actually if you look at the AI mission, Government of India's AI mission, you look at various state governments' mission, that's where they are moving on to as well, right? How do you create human-centric AI? It's not just, and secondly, it's extremely important to understand that AI being human-centric doesn't mean it replaces humans. It will augment humans. It will not replace. That's the purpose that we're going to. I know there's a lot of debate internationally about going to AGI, right? And things like, will we be living in a world where possible? It looks sci-fi as of now, but right now I'm more bothered about, can I do scavenging through AI? That's where AI is useful, right? Can I use robotics for mining? These are all harmful jobs, right? That's where I would like it to be replaced. I don't want to draw a sketch out of AI. It has of no value. I think we've burned enough of energy building sketches on the
uh, on your uh, on your chat GPTs, right? It is a very carbon intensive exercise. And we have to be very careful about. I think that's one thing I want to talk about carbon intensity when we talk about people here. So you have to understand how carbon intensive you are. Sometimes you want to share a picture also, you just send it to a messenger, right? It's carbon intensive. It's sending it in a data center, say using a telecom infrastructure. All that is happening and creating data across, creating metadata across. You have to be careful. Similarly, it's not only technology, it's about fashion, right? Fast fashion, it's extremely carbon intensive. Why can't we reuse and be slow on the fashion? These are these are sustainability goals in real, not greenwashing, like that we talk about. That's exactly what we need to do. So coming back, human-centric design has to be ensuring that it is accessible, simple, extremely simple, and it's not a blank blue sky, because a blank screen on with one label inside can confuse a human being. I think I've answered what I asked you earlier. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Oh, seems like Lokesh wants to give you a round of applause for that as well. So, sir, you spoke about design, human-centric design in terms of like a product aspect. I wanted to bring in Dr. Shawan Sengupta in terms of designing employment engagement experiences on like a top C-suite level is.
Yeah. Before that, I just last week I was reading, and perhaps all of you have read it. It's an interesting insight where it says that Gartner has predicted that 40% of agentic solutions that we are building right now is going to be stopped by 2027, right? With that, I also want to introduce you to a very intense study that we did at our hand with about 1,000 business and technology executives in 25 industries in 8 regions. Some of the numbers or findings I would love to share with you. First, I mean, it's not a surprise that 91% of organizations have spent their bucks around AI investments. Great, no surprise. But 71% of them have said that they have not seen the workforce leveraging those AI transformations. 71%, mind you. 51% out of the 1,000, executive study, they felt that even though, the workforce is supposed to lead it, the mechanisms or the preparedness is not enough, right? Whether preparedness in terms of tech, right skills, employees, adoption, etc. And also there is a big distinction between how executives like at a CEO level view it versus at how a transformation leader views it. Only 17% of CEOs feel that their organization is ready to be driving into AI transformations. Now, that is something that was incredible for me. We call it the People Readiness Report, right? I'll share with you. It'll be super, super interesting for you to go through it. And it's like real data where we have, gone through rigor and insights mining. So that's one. Having said that, we spoke about in the previous panel that, and also, my panelist on my left, that human experiences become more important than ever before, right? I'll just give you one example from since we are talking about human experience, and I think we have been passengers taking a flight at one point of a time or not, right? Now imagine the experience that you have as a passenger. Now, and maybe someone is asking you, how was your experience? Imagine the tone behind what you would say, depending on if you had a negative or a positive experience. What an experience, right? And sometimes, what an experience. I mean, there are different tonalities, and that is where we were talking about sentiment analysis. It's no longer about just truly deciphering what words you have typed or what words they mean. It's like the passengers would feel that listen and hear to what I say. I mean, don't just listen to what I say, know what I mean, right? And that is where sentiment analysis, sarcasm detection become very, very important. And those are the human experiences that you're talking about. If you are blind to that, your AI, your agents that you're building will also naturally be blind to it. So, I mean, I think it's no brainer. Again, to conclude part of the study, 3 barriers that are, again, we have spoken about it quite a lot, but it's never enough. 3 barriers. One, organization change management. So that becomes crucial, not enough to develop a product, not enough to, winning awards. It's not enough. It's important how you drive adoption, and then eventually that'll bring you conversion, it'll bring you revenue, it'll take care of the top line, etc. Second, readiness in terms of skills, right? Again, skills are changing. What skills are useful today, relevant today, will be very obsolete tomorrow. So this continuous learning, Sir mentioned also about commitment. If you're very clear about your purpose, purpose doesn't change. Tools will change, but purpose will not change, right? And third, most importantly, also readiness as an organization. So training, keeping experience at the center, and experience, believe me, will never fail you. Because finally we are humans, and they say that humans buy from humans. They don't go to a shop, like a shopping mall and buy technology. They will always buy from humans. So that is where you bring in that experience point of view and then let it guide you. So, yeah.
Oh, that's a very exhaustive answer. That's very
Study, right? Well, I had a discussion with Dr. on this. Look, people get the AI experiments to be done wrong, so that's why they fail in it. The low hanging fruits, right, in doing an AI experiment is document summarization. That means you give documents, it will summarize and give you. That is 90% of what people are doing in AI. There is no ROI in it. You will have to close it down. That is exactly what you have to do real value generation is not what you have to measure when it comes to the final point. If you're doing document summary, doing some so our customer and trying to, give him some information which he probably needs, may not be needing, it will fail. Right. So that's why that Gartner study said most of it will be reversed. Most of the AI experiments in the organization will be reversed. So
I think that sort of brings in the philosophy of like a mindful technology use as well. So I'd like to bring in Shiv Kumar to please talk about that mindful technology use with respect to what Rohit had spoken.
Mindful technologies. So the way I see is actually this will primarily cover a bit of gender diversity related stuff also, because we have an organization which has more about you know more of leaders and now less leader. I mean, even people so using AI tools, we will also use this to be has to be there, because the unions shortcuts how to solve the problem, minor problem quickly, and the accounts, so I can do most, and then wait, then the information is changing. So this XLRI also stands in the excellence and integrity, right? Excellence is nothing but the So the young group and together. The food in terms of collaboration. So ministers are activities, be it on the efficiency perspective or the logic, they do a lot of the job. And what humans do, we have to ensure that it doesn't become it doesn't the shutdown. People are listening to the calls and we are solving the solutions. It started working properly. Instead of intentional issue, you know, so this is about switch of right. Startups only. It's not that young. There is a cross start. There is something. Fascinated like for the first 1 minute I been about actually, in spite of knowing the technologies. So machines are here to learn. We are here to be again. Uh, See, the sport only design also. So free. Yeah. So understood now. Thanks.
I just want to give funny example. When you said the bots are saying, that's a classic case of that Shahid Kapoor Kriti Sanan movie, right? If you have seen, I don't recollect the name. So she the thing is दिल्ली में हाथ लगा दूंगी. So she actually puts fire. So that's the problem with robot.
Thank you so much.
Actually, I need to kind of add on to
Please,
that.
please.
So I feel there is a certain sense of kind of the human intervention is needed in the decision making process while you are working with actually bots, artificial intelligence, or any kind of technology, because certain functions like there is a certain human decision making that has to come. Like you are going for the corporate lending, or you're going for banking, or any kind of the legal matters. So artificial intelligence can give you some kind of data to work with, but the final judgment, the inference has to be done by people. So right now, for an example, right, you go to bank, you apply for a loan. So bank will check your credit history, they will type in your number, Aadhaar card number, so they will get all the details, right? So how many times you have defaulted, not defaulted, how many times you have repaid on time, So those are the data that comes from the system or the software or the technology side of it. But to just make sense of the data is on a human, right? So the person who is disbursing the loan, or maybe before that, the process that are there in the banking, the retail banking, who kind of work on these aspects. So they make a call based on that data. So that is an informed decision that only a human can make. So I agree that, artificial intelligence cannot replace the humans, but it can help actually free up the bandwidth my workforce so that they can focus on something better and actually larger. So that is how I see that the technology is making a shift and it is enabling my team. I don't tell my team to, actually follow artificial intelligence to solve the tickets and bugs. I kind of actually give them for the triaging and all stuff. Probably that can be done by the rules that we set in the system. But when it comes to the qualitative aspects and the inference we draw out of it to make the right kind of business decisions, it has to be in the human scope. That's what I.
Absolutely.
We are taking majority of this, and I won't give you this percentage in underwriting by AI. Oh. Yeah. So most of the retail lending specifically, I'm talking across industry, in lending, majority of decisions are taken by underwriting AI engines. If you apply for a less than 5 lakh loan, 90% probability you've been assessed by AI engine and given the expert.
I see everybody's ears are popped up when you told them the answer. When you spoke about, we spoke about human-centric designing. Another human-related aspect is food. So to Mr. Gaurav on the other side, I just wanted to know, you've been through major transformational journeys from high-tech startups to a very large legacy organization. How has that journey been? Like, how has the leadership shift been for you that way?
It's an interesting question.
Thank you.
So, I am a product guy actually. My job is to make sure that people above me and below me understand what is the problem. Before we solve a problem, we need to understand it. Most of the time, people understand the implication of the problem, but they don't understand the problem itself. Uh, for example, let's say there's a productivity loss in a supply chain cycle. They will say, okay, sir, there's a productivity loss. I'm getting this much of money lost in the entire cycle, all of those things. But why is there a productivity loss? What is the root cause of it? People please skips it. So for the people around us, I just want to say, okay, there is a three why. Very always ask why. Is a going this. Then he will say, sir, this is the case. Why this case? Then he will say, give again. He will So we have so happening. Either we have not planned well, something is breaking. So we need people people efficiency problem. We have two things. So standards that is using. We should it's not a machinery problem. So we need so I'm saying about that is a solution I will not disclose here. Solution that is so small. It changed the entire efficiency by 20%. So my viewpoint is you might have seen that we need to change the process of getting that data. So in we
These two processes are huge.
Thank you so much. Would you like to?
Yeah, I just want to, he spoke about from the product point of view. Since a lot of you probably would also get into the consultancy part of the world, right? I'll maybe the answer is, the question is for you. Do you know the difference between 5 and 45? Any take? Random numbers, but do you know what it means? It signifies something. I'll quickly tell you, no worries. So 5 is the number of questions you ask, a good consultant asks to the customers, 5 whys. 45 is what it takes to ask, 45 whys to a customer, and that makes you a great consultant. What are we doing? We are basically not just solving problems, right? We are imagining a future that is meaningful, that's sustainable, that is, of course, sticky. It's no longer just about solving problem. It's no longer just about operational efficiency. It is not about, just figuring out where are your roadblocks. It is about what we call the art of possibilities. You unlock those, points of views. You are left with so many dimensions, so many points of views that it's your duty then to be doing what you want to do as an organization. And what you also mentioned about, one little design change that can go and make a huge difference. Maybe I'll help you understand one such example, probably all of you can relate to because we are all into online shopping now. And it was called Amazon's $250 billion problem. What they earlier did was have this button called sign in as a, check in, register before you purchase. What happened was users abandoned the app. They never really made to the purchase. And that's where they changed it to sign in, purchase without even sign in, register as a guest, right? And you enable through just one simple yellow button, it brought back, billions dollar that was stuck in the pipeline. It saw conversion. So that is the direct semblance that you probably can relate to. Another example, Airbnb, we all know about when Airbnb launched, right? The vision was great, all the proprietary processes in place as well. But still people were not hiring, renting, right? What was the case? The CEO himself just strolled around New York and he figured that the images that were uploaded were by, and they were not necessarily photographers. So just changing the quality of your rentals, it solved their problem. So these are very finer human aspects that has a very large and potential bearing to the experience that you generate without you even understanding or realizing. So be very expansive in your thinking. It is always about culminating different points of views and it is never enough. So what you have made sense today in one layer is going to help you, gather up to the next layer. It's like peeling off an onion. So never stop, be relentless. That's what I would say.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I feel like your answers with Gaurav sir as well has been so relevant to us because in our marketing classes, the first rule that we've learned is the 5 whys, and it's been integrated in our minds completely. So thank you for reiterating that for us as well. Sir, you also mentioned about the introduction of new industries, bringing in Lokesh sir as well. You've known to what do you say, this whole the whole concept of build first, scale later, which is like an old traditional mindset. And someone who's successfully built and scaled industries immediately, what is your thought on this traditional shift?
Sorry. I guess part of it was discussed in the first panel, where you make a small unit, do it right, and then you can expand. And even one of the professor had mentioned on GCC. So I try to club this answer, taking a GCC context, just to put a little bit different flavor because I'm not a tech guy in way. Uh, so
how does it help is basically GCC as a concept is traditional SSC, if you would have a shared service center, from a very transactional, you are getting a very core work within the your unit to happen. Uh, you know what has changed with AI and technology in general is you make a small unit and you have an end-to-end cycle of that to showcase what benefit you're putting in front very clearly. As long as people take care of basic organizational aspects like culture, policy, etc., you're able to build a prototype really fast. That's what they say, fast. Even if it's a failure, fail fast. That's the methodology that enables us to grow rapidly. The geography boundaries, or it has become like a boundary-less kind of a structure, and it just helps to multiply your organization really fast. And when you talk about 0 to 1 kind of a journey, that's a real fun part because it's not easy. I will take it the other way. Saying that it's easy or something. There are different challenges there. But when you build something and you have no existence, at that time, these things are really instrumental to get it done right. Because you got the whole ecosystem in place. And I guess that would be my take. It makes it easier and faster.
Thank you so much. I mean, we began this whole panel with you, sir. So I'd like to end my last question with you as well. Even recently, you've spoken a lot about biases in your post with respect to humans. In terms of AI adoption, how do we prevent bias from creeping in?
Yeah, so that's a very pertinent question. As I earlier talked about the data part of it, so that is actually the big chunk of it. So because we actually gather data from different sources and then try to make sense out of it in our artificial intelligence, actually the models we train the data, right? So for us, it is very important to actually find whether the data is accurate and that is they curated for my purpose or not. So data integrity is an integral part of the first level check that I have to do. So I have to actually check whether the data is kind of correct or not. It should not have any skewness. It should not have any underrepresentation or overrepresentation of any kind of demographic details, any kind of gender-based details. So that is the first level of check that we need to do to find out the data integrity side of it. Second thing is that we have to have a control on the decision-making process, how we are actually taking up the recommendation from an artificial intelligence. So that is when I spoke about the human intervention is needed. So like for high value transactions for actually corporate. So not for actually the personal loans of 5 lakhs or something, I'm talking about crores and billions, that kind of thing. So that thing we have to actually bring into place so that, we have better checks and balances and to actually reduce the bias that maybe an artificial intelligence LLM actually may give. And the third important thing is to have a cross team, I mean a cross disciplinary team, I would say. So because when there are actually 5 or 6 people from different kind of teams, it helps to have a different perspective altogether. I have a person from the procurement, I have a person from the marketing, I have a person from the HR. When you have different people on board, you have a larger picture, so they can contribute actually refining things much better. So that's why it helps to have a cross-disciplinary team when you are working on that kind of scale, to reduce the bias that we have. Of course, there are some models, that are already pre-built offered by many companies wherein you can actually get that model and that is actually pre-built into the logic that it will filter out such kind of things, it will kind of reduce that. And another part is the frameworks that you are using, probably the kind of the Python framework for the guardrails and all, wherein you find the biases and the kind of the incorrectness of the data and the output that AI LLM is giving. So that kind of thing is there. And especially I talk about the toll gates that are there. So there has to be a review process, there has to be a human intervention and a feedback loop that happens,
wherein the feedback has to be continuously flowing across the various teams as I talk about the cross-disciplinary teams, right? So that way we kind of actually ensure that there are actually lesser biases in the data set that we are working in. So to also to kind of take data from sources that are kind of certified by the government and all. So that is one important aspect of it. So that is how we can reduce the biases.
Wonderfully put. Thank you so much. So that brings all the questions from my point of view. I see that I'm pretty sure the crowd has a lot more questions for this amazing panel. So could I opening the floor to the audience? So initiatives were going on. So I agree that the productivity increased tremendously there. But there was a real sense of fear among the employees that what might the future will hold for us. So in this case, how as a team leader you can ensure that the employee feels involved and valued rather than displaced?
Can I attempt this? Uh, can sit down. This is basically automation, right? I have a take on this. Computers came in, programming languages came in, Excel came in, internet came in, then metaverse, RPA, whatever we call now AI, right? Maybe slash automation. Leave this remain and we packed along. We made friends with them. We embrace them and life goes on. This is one way of looking at it. They are not enemies. They are ways and means to do better. Second, a completely different answer regardless of automation. Just from a human point of view, these are my personal views, so don't quote me anywhere. If it aligns well, it's great. I always try and make my job redundant. So I really don't care whether there is AI, ML. Nowadays people talk AI, ML like onion and potatoes. AI, ML we are doing so like that, right? So if you're able to make your job redundant, what does that really mean? You are adding values to a level. Let's say you pick up a job for a particular role. You try to build it, you try to find processes, CTQs, KPI, try to automate that so that the 90-95% transactional part is taken care. You take care of outlier exceptional situations for which you need a human intervention. That also you can put some rule engine or some metrics. If you do this for 2, 3 years, 4 years, now you think that yeah, this job can be done by anybody, right? And now you also know that I'm ready for something else. If you do this pattern, because this automation, I mean, coming back to your question, this is bound to happen everywhere, right? Somebody someday will come, ERP change you mentioned. Like a lot of things will keep on coming. But if you have this philosophy in life, I guess these are exciting stuff rather than being fearful about it. So I hope I answered this.
Uh, I'll quickly answer a quick answer to that. Communicate, communicate, communicate to get involvement. 3, 4 steps involved. First, you have to get through the grapevine. So please create some awareness, some legible awareness about it, not what your peers talk, right? Second is you create that desire that, yeah, this is good for me, right? And then you train the person, right? That how to use it. If you're able to do that and get a feedback from him in terms of, yes, this is useful for me, and then keep reiterating what it is and how you can use it, then you start creating champions. And then the virality improves of that. That's a typical transformation strategy.
I like to come in on that. So we have to look at it from a perspective wherein we consider people working in a function as our stakeholders. Let's say I'm doing some process automation, I'm doing some technology automation that is kind of reducing the manual labor or the manual effort that I used to spend in certain work. Like let's say for the ticket triaging and all, I create some kind of assignment rules in my software so that the ticket is automatically assigned to different people based on their skills that I define in the system, right? So that kind of thing will actually free up the bandwidth of the person to kind of do some more analysis like the root cause analysis. So that's very actually the news area, and that's a very important thing wherein the leadership looks up to people who are doing the root cause analysis. So it is not necessarily that by doing that you will arrive at a technical solution. You might find a process gap that is there in kind of the customer process, the way the flow happens inside the customer system. And that would be an opportunity for you and the management to go for a consulting to that customer, give some consulting to that customer that see, we have analyzed your tickets coming in. We have seen that, for X number of issues that have come in. So they're related to this particular actually process in your system. So you need to fix this many things. So customer will be more than happy to kind of actually join you in that effort, and you will be the kind of the trusted advisor for the customer. So that's why you will regain actually more business. The customer will come back to you, so they will develop the trust and all, and they will give you more business. So that's also a different way of looking at it, how you can transform things to your benefit and your company's benefit.
And always visit context. Don't trust automation for automation's sake. If you're able to, combine data with context, that would make you most powerful than ever before, right? So it is not enough to just see what a number stands for or what's the percentage that we are after. But if you're able to spend time with your customers in their context and bring in insights that are contextual, which you wouldn't have otherwise gotten it, that makes all the difference. So while automation is fine, you have that human intellect to observe, sense make, and then bring that into higher conversation. So that always helps.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the transformative session. I'm Kamal. I have 5.3 years of experience as analytics and AI manager at New Sigma. As we all know, the technology landscape is rapidly evolving. There are a lot of new emerging technologies. And it's very important for organizations to invest their time and money in the right technology. And it can, as we all know, it can be a very expensive affair. With the advent of AI in the ecosystem, there are a lot of companies like media and open investing in technologies. And there are also companies like Meta just struggling to keep up with AI. How do you, I mean, based on your experience, how can organizations identify and evaluate the right emerging technologies that can aid them with their digital transformation efforts?
Before we decide who can answer the question, I have a question for you. 5.3 years means how many months? 5 years and how many months?
63, sir.
It's 3 months, no? So it's not 5.3.
Okay. But I think when you should be playing options.
When they were saying 4.5 years, I was knowing they want to say 4 years, 5 months. 4.5 means 4 years, 6 months. So yeah, that's the thing. See, with AI, 5G, we're talking, but
Just a joke, commercial break.
So basically, to summarize your question, that you wanted to know how basically organizations take a call that which technology to invest in, or maybe actually go for that, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, you might have, so have you started the strategy kind of class in this particular batch?
Yes, sir, we did.
So strategy has two parts. One is basically the corporate strategy and that is the business strategy. So what does corporate strategy tell you? It tells you that which markets to operate and to go. But what does business strategy tell? That whether does it make sense for you to do it and how to do it. So that is for the business to decide. So that itself gives an answer that, you as a leader actually managing the business unit or you're just part of that business unit, you have to take a call whether investing in that technology give me the return on my investment, whether it is complementing my workforce, complementing my processes, complementing my technical offering on the product. So that is a kind of a decision that you have to do, and that is not an easy decision because you have to do a kind of a thorough assessment of your product and maybe work with the product management if you are in a software development company to design and develop the product. If you are into the process, then probably you have to go to the actually the process consultants who will give you the better idea that if we are automating this particular flow, then what is exactly the benefit we'll get out of it. So those kind of decisions are kind of business specific decisions that actually the business unit has to take based on their particular business goals. And so organization has actually the mission statement and all those things, right? But when you try to actually give it a certain number like X dollar or something like that to convert it into the monetized part of it, right? The monetization part of that, you know. So that kind of involves taking a decision that what is the return on investment I'll get. So the cost benefit analysis, and how does it help me at a macro level and at a micro level. You might have actually done actually the Porter's force analysis, right? So that way you know that what are the forces playing around. Then probably you could also take an informed decision. So there are 5 or 4 competitors who are actually working in this space. So probably actually the 2 of them don't have the competency to do it. If I gather that competency, or maybe 3, 4 don't have competency, if I am an early entrant to that space by taking that competency and actually building on it, then so my GTM would be kind of much, much faster. And I'll be able to capture the market in a better way. So maybe I'll be an early mover and then I'll try to enhance it further. So that's the way I think we should look at it.
I have a small interesting analogy to tell you. Uh, we all have our bikes and cars with brakes and all right now. Let me call it like a fast racing car, okay, which can drive up to 200 to 50 kilometer per hour. And you want to sit in the car and drive. What is the first thing you want to check subconsciously? So what are the brakes in the context which you have asked? If a company has to be, and if the technology has to be compared to an accelerator, then what is the brake? Security, or what are the repercussions it can bring up to? How soon you can revert it to systems? These are the other important things which you should consider. And that's why the regulator also plays the role generally to, but brakes are needed to drive a car.
Oh, okay. So just adding 63 months is exactly 5.25, and it's shows 5.25. That's very significant. In favor of this, the simple answer to the question, very practical. Uh, I do this several times. Talk to vendors. Vendors and suppliers are ahead of the curve because they are into that's their bread and butter, right? Be it technology, anything. I know for sure I have no budget. I'm not going to do this for next 2 years. Still, I talk to 2 to 5 vendors every week, detailed conversation as if I'm going to implement. Not that I'm fooling around. I tell them frankly what is the situation, but that tells you the path ahead, and then these situations can be avoided. Fundamentally, all of you can think, he mentioned all these big companies, right? I'm not going to mention them and quote them, but just imagine all these tech companies know what to do 20 years ahead. But all these companies in January have news where, people are going to get laid off. These are practical problems which technology should solve. Do you connect your people with profitability? Do you have unit economics in place? We know everything to do 20 years ahead, but next 2 months, I'm just putting a thought. I find this as a very exciting conversation. Not that I'm saying because I have answers. Even I'm putting this as a question because tomorrow you will lead all companies, right? Maybe I'll report into some of you also. So I'm just making my job also secure.
Hello. Uh, so first of all, I'd like to thank all the panelists for the insightful conversation. Especially the perspectives were really interesting for me to think about. So thank you so much for that. So the question to you all is that with your diversified portfolios, how do you tailor your leadership to address the challenges of integrating tech across varied products and markets?
We have a very diversified panelist as well here.
Can I go ahead? You are better. Okay. So basically, when you change an industry, first of all, you cry because suddenly a lot of things are not useful, what you have done. But the context remains the same. I just talk on what I've done. Technology or telecom, e-commerce, automotive, commercial real estate. Nothing to do with each other. But concepts and fundamentals are same. What you do with technology and telecom is your capacity, basically, right? In e-commerce automotive, we had a clear-cut project that whatever is done by humans, how can you automate? And then at the same time, see, the context of technology come with the other side that what happens to those people, right? I'm just trying to relate people angle also in my answer. So when you know that, let's say your call center department is gonna get removed because you have automated system, can you develop call center people into pre-sales or sales, and can you transform their life? This is something I guess all of us should think, because with technology intervention, these things are bound to happen. Same with commercial real estate analytics. It's the same problem. But when I get more people in GCC, this is very fundamental to GCC companies, right? We bring in people in India. We are basically taking, some or the other what is happening in West or Europe, right? Like America or Europe. So in that way, how do you make sure that those people are able to do better? So all these changes, you are able to, context is very easy. You will figure it out. If you are here, you will have some local food, right? Paratha. If you are in South, you will have dosa. So that's not a problem. But when to have what is the context? And do you take care of the flip side? People don't take decisions. If they take, they don't take care of consequences. Take care of that, life is good.
I believe that's all the time we have for questions. So thank you. Thank you so much to the panelists as well. I believe we touched upon all points regarding leadership, but also ironically the subjects that we have is also being looked into right now. But one thing is remaining constant throughout this conversation is about the need to remain human for a leader at the center of it all. Because sure, technology like me guide us, the empathy and the ethics that we learned today is actually to find who we are at the end of the day. So thank you so much for your time. Thank you to the audience for being so wonderful as well. And give it back to our wonderful hosts.
As we conclude with the second panel, I extend my heartfelt thanks to our distinguished leaders for being with us today and offering such thought-provoking insights on people management in the era of AI. And a special note of appreciation to Paloma for skillfully steering the discussion and bringing out diverse perspectives. Now I would like to welcome Professor Sunil Sarangi to present a token of appreciation to our guests. I would request Mr. Lukesh Natu to please come forward. Mr. Dr. Hussain Gupta. Mr. Rohit Kilam. Mr. Gaurav Sharma. And finally, Mr. Sivakumar Nandipati. Thank you, sir. Now I will request all the panelists and the moderator to please come together for a group picture.
Thrilled to have you back. We dive into a topic that, while often behind the scenes, is absolutely central to the digital transformation we've been discussing. In fact, if you ever relied on the cloud storage, stream content, use real-time analytics, or access AI tools, you're already part of our today's discussion without even realizing it. This session is about the house that makes all of it possible, data centers, and how they've become part of innovation, scalability, and business continuity in the digital age. REENVISION 2025, we're exploring how digital transformation is not just a buzzword. It's the new blueprint for how we build, lead, and sustain in today's fast-moving world. This year's theme, the digital imperative, building, leading, and sustaining transformation, is about the people skills, system, and mindset required to thrive in this tech-driven world. And when we talk about transformation, we often focus on the shiny front end, apps, AI, analytics, but powering all of it quietly, efficiently, and securely today's data centers. Which brings us to our panel topic, data centers, the heart of digital transformation. From enabling AI workloads to real-time analytics, modern data centers are no longer just a warehouse for data, but they're enablers of innovation, agility, and business continuity. This session will explore the evolution of data centers as strategic assets, including green infrastructure, scale systems, cybersecurity, and the rise of edge computing. We are about to hear from leaders building the digital of tomorrow, and we couldn't be more excited. So let's now introduce our esteemed speakers. The first panelist is Mr. Manish Kumar, who is the Chief Digital Officer at Healthcare. He's a seasoned life science and healthcare technology leader with extensive experience in transforming IT landscape and aligning technology with business roadmap. He has led innovation across Fortune 100 tech companies as well as emerging startups. His strategic approach has consistently enabled businesses to modernize at scale while remaining agile and customer focused. Mr. Manish brings deep expertise in enterprise architecture, engineering, technology modernization, and enterprise data strategy. Known for driving complex tech transformation programs, he specializes in building product, platform, and solution strategies that are customer first, future driven, and data agnostic. His forward thinking vision and hands on leadership have made a tangible impact across industries, delivering scalable, future ready solutions that align technology closely with evolving business needs. Let's welcome Mr. Manish with a great round of applause. Next, we welcome Mr. Chiradi Bhatt, President, Business Operations at Gen Data Tech AI Business in India. With a distinguished career spanning 28 years, Mr. Chiradi brings deep cross-industry expertise from leading organizations such as Verizon Wireless, PM Consulting, KPMG, and Infoseps, a data and AI startup. His work has consistently bridged global teams and cultures, delivering complex multi-year business transformation engagements at scale. Mr. Cherian thrives at the intersection of business and technology, having led large-scale digital transformation journeys focused on legacy modernization, mobility, omnichannel experience, and operations optimization. Known for his CXO-level engagement and strategic depth, he continues to drive innovation and operational excellence across Genpact's digital portfolio. An alumnus of NIT Nagpur and Emory University, Mr. Chiradeep combines engineering precision with business acumen to craft impactful transformation strategies. His global outlook and operational leadership make him a valuable voice on the future of enterprise tech. May I now request Mr. Chiradeep to kindly join us on stage. We are also joined by Mr. Vipin Gupta, Senior Manager, Information Security, State India. With over 22 years of experience in cybersecurity and risk management within the banking and financial services sector, Mr. Vipin has been instrumental in aligning security strategies with business objectives. As the former director at Financial Solutions, he led large teams to achieve ISO 27001 and ISO 22301 certifications, drove automation, and fortified resilience against evolving threats. Currently a senior manager at Allstate India, he champions business-aligned cybersecurity strategies while fostering a culture of security awareness. A national cybersecurity scholar, and holder of multiple certifications, including CISM, ISO Lead Auditor, and Six Sigma Black Belt. Mr. Vipin specializes in governance, compliance, identity and access management, and vendor risk mitigation. Let's welcome Mr. Vipin with a round of applause.
And finally, we have Rajivan Kalampuram, Vice President and Head of Cyber Defense at National Stock Exchange of India Limited. With over 30 years of expertise in information technology, enterprise information security, and cyber defense, he has led the design and implementation of comprehensive security strategies, framework, and operational defenses for some of India's most critical organizations, including HDFC Bank, Reliance Industries, and NSE. A CISSP and CISM certified leader, he specializes in cyber risk management, threat detection, incident response, and recovery for large-scale digital ecosystem. An acclaimed speaker at global forums like RSA Conference Singapore and ISC2 Security Congress USA, his thought leadership in integrating evolving technological solutions in cybersecurity is widely recognized. I would request Mr. Rajivan to please join us on the stage. To lead this exciting discussion, we are joined by moderator Tejesh. With close to 4 years of experience in B2B, SaaS, and ITES, Tejesh worked across product management, development, and QA. He is passionate about building user-centric products that deliver real business impact.
Tejesh, we now invite you to take over and lead us into the world of digital infrastructure and future-ready transformation.
Discussing about data centers and its implication in real world. Uh, and I'm very excited for the next 2 hours. So to start with discussion, my question is basically new oil. In that sense, centers become the new refineries. I want to understand how organizations see data centers as a strategic initiative or just an investment perspective. Your perspectives on that. Long press.
Okay. Thank you for having me here. I mean, firstly, it's great to be back at XLRI. I think I came here, I was telling someone at lunch, maybe around 15 years ago for one of the recruitment drives. But yeah, this is a different thing, different perspective. You said data is the new oil, right? I think we've been talking about data as the new oil for a dozen years now, approximately, maybe a bit more. On the whole, you see that, on an everyday basis, you take decisions on the basis of data, right? If you look up the internet, you will see that, we are still in the process of evolution, in the sense that even at the C-suite level, people at the CXO level that are taking decisions on a basis of, let's say, what they feel in the gut versus what they feel in terms of the actual data. Maybe the data literacy is in the range of 30%, right? In fact, in one of the earlier forums, we were talking about a lesser percentage for something else, right? So that's one part, right? At the end of it, in this journey of digital transformation, and I'll come to the data centers in a minute, you need to have that perspective that it is a continuously improving game, one. Two is that, first we started with gigabytes of data, and then it came to terabytes. Now it's probably, few zettabytes of data that we are talking about, right? If that is the case, right, how will we make sense out of data, right? On the architecture side, businesses went from, having a data warehouse to a data lake, and somewhere in between, we started talking about the data lake has become a data swamp. So it's meaningless, right? To organize all of this, right, your data centers are critical. And why is that? We are talking about the hyperscalers. We are talking about all the three cloud providers. On the whole, they provide a connected ecosystem. You have millions of edge devices, things which are the sensors, people in hospitals, people in healthcare, or even anywhere else, smart parking and waste management. All of those things will sort of produce a lot of data continuously. How will you manage that? With the hyperscalers, with the connected data centers, really speaking, that is where the refinery is. That is how you are making sense. That is how you are making sense in terms of what was previously unknown, right? You're finding newer territories, right? And you are making sense out of data. You are able to make decisions out of data. In tomorrow's world, you will be asking your data warehouse that actually will not need to look at a report, but give me while you're driving from your home to office, you will say that probably give me the sales of my top five Samsung devices, or if you're a multi-brand retailer, top five things that you would want to look at. So the data center is really the beating heart, right? To drive you ahead in this mission. I hope I was able to give context. Yeah.
Right. So, continuing with what is just being said, I'd like to add that from a security perspective, right? A lot of these things that basically are required for threat modeling or for assimilation of threat intelligence, right, is happening in these data centers at this point of time with the data that's available, the anomalies, the other things that basically need to be found out are being used. The data is being used to go ahead and identify those. So it is very, very important, like the data centers with the edge computing that it has or the power it has, it's also being used to go ahead and protect the data centers in a way. So as we are going ahead and evolving with the amount of data that is being collected, we also need to start thinking about how we're going to go ahead and secure this particular data and ensure that this data remains with the right people. So I think that is a perspective that I just want to go ahead and from security perspective.
Yeah. So he just mentioned about protecting the data. So earlier, Chiradeep mentioned about how to process the data, huge volume of data, right? Now, these are all key areas that has to be addressed or that is being addressed. And one more key aspect is about compliance to regulatory requirements. So this data, what we are talking about is maybe PAA data, confidential data, and I mean, uh, key inputs for your, key inputs for national important or even corporate level important data. That is what we are handling and processing. Then all these data will have some angle related to the governance and regulatory requirements and all those things. So this is a key aspect that we have to ensure compliance to all the regulations. So that is one more aspect I'm just mentioning.
All right. Just let me add it. How many of you have a data in your hand right now? Everyone? So all of you are running a refinery. Right? Those data are meaningless until that does not go through the refinery but is in your mind to information. We all need information, we don't need data. So how do you convert data to the information? That's why we need this refinery. It's a simple like I have a profile from I need you and so on to refine it to make a specific grade. So that's why it's very important that data center as a topic or as a refinery what just has been called out has to be think through holistically. Now the problem Stephen what we need to call in front of reality the solutions so I want to get across while our list has talked about vulnerabilities and the security and so on. Let me tell you, we need to have data centers right now. It will that we have families. We have Facebook account, Instagram, because Facebook. I'm sure my professors will also have Facebook pages. Just taking account from them. So having said that, we need data centers. And the solution what we need to look at, you bring data centers so-called refineries should be home. Can we do that?
It's hard to do a lot, to do a large data and so on and so on. So when you say that 200 data center, especially in India, because you are sitting here, I'm sure by the end of 2025, 2030, it will become 300. But let's convert into the statistics of yours, you have 5,000 plus data centers. So these questions to what's the other country. So happen. So this is another aspect of what about something important. Compliance. Security. So that security open on the table. So these are the open. So we can keep talking and people know. Thanks, Tejas.
Thank you, sir, for such a diverse answers from each one of you. Talking about processing, how does AI play major role in processing these loads of data and getting insights out of this? And how does organizations take this strategy, or what is your opinion on?
Yeah. So we were talking about the volume of data and importance of protecting the data and even aligning with regulatory requirements. Now, how this will happen? So this much huge volume of data, how you are going to process it, right? So you need to have an infrastructure which should support this kind of huge data lake processing and all these refining this data and bringing insights from out of this data, right? So uh, this, I mean, even database, sorry, data center technology is also getting evolved. That is what happening now in terms of the hardware, the supporting hardware manufacturing and running the hardware with the earlier traditional power systems and all those things are getting changed now. Now high voltage DC supporting hardware is being developed and it is being deployed now to process this kind of huge volume of data with that much CPU power and all available for this processing, right? So that is one area, and even the network level, network transportation of data from one point to the one system to another system. That again, the network component is coming into the picture. So that while transferring data from one location to the other location, uh, the delay that can cause, that also will generate significant issues in processing this data. In uh, the the industry where I am working in, the trading platform and all those things in the stock exchange, there we talk about delays in terms of nanoseconds and microseconds. So if a few microsecond delay is maybe acceptable, but if it is getting into some millisecond delay, it is not acceptable. So that kind of, that is the ask from the new evolving technologies. There is a minimum latency and all those things. So now the technology is also getting developed in line with those kind of requirements. So you will get network devices, security devices, and all with wire speed technology. Delays. That much negligible delays. That kind of researches are happening, and things are getting uh, developed in terms of modular design. So uh, you will get just on the fly when the system is running, then that time also you can do the preventive maintenance activities, replacing the hardware modules and all, and that everything happens now, and researchers are on all those things, this kind of technologies.
Right. Let me add a little bit to this, but thank you. Yeah, great inputs. So you just said that, how can AI help in this set of refinery processes, right? Let me open it up a little bit. I think for me, the answer is, or the framework is more towards how can AI and data engineering, right, really help in some of these dimensions. We already spoke about a little bit about infrastructure, right? So, today's infrastructure management, with leaving aside the business continuity planning, leaving aside the disaster recovery centers also, is also about auto scaling, right? So, for example, in India, during Diwali, during Holi, some of the businesses have a shoot up, right? How do you provision for the compute infrastructure to enable that the e-commerce sites will not break down during those 5 days, right? So that is one element where AI and data engineering can play a role. Secondly, carrying on to that theme, on your infrastructure side, one of the bigger things is about making sure that you have self-healing networks, self-healing computing devices, right? Again, AI can play a role over there. One in predicting, and B, giving the human in the loop the right inputs at the right time, predictable time, such that one is able to manage that without a break, right? I mean, we none of us want downtimes, right? And yet this is the theme about the data centers, about digital. We do not want downtimes. Back in time when I began my career, we were thinking that going from 95% time to 99% was great. Today, customers work really will ask you for 4 nines, 99.99% reliability, right? How do you do that? You cannot throw humans and humans and humans continuously into the loop, because then your costs shoot up, right? So that is on that side. The third element I would like to add is a little bit about data discovery. A couple of weeks ago, a friend of mine, a medical doctor who has done his PhD in, I think, public health in the UK, he was talking about, so he deals with newborn babies, neonatal. Now, when you and I go to a doctor, we really talk to the doctor. But children that are born, yesterday or even, before they can really speak, which is less than 6 months or something, I think that's called the neonatal devices. I really don't know the boundary, but let's say 6 months. His point of view as a pediatrician is that, we, with the human naked eye, we have really come to a limit in terms of how many diseases we can really predict, without some patterns, right? This is where, data and AI really play a role, that, we could have those predictable patterns that, in 10 of these cases, this thing happened. So that enables that doctor to really play a vital role in life savings, as an example. And there would be many more things. Sir over here spoke about the data center and the impact on the financial services industry. There's many more, right? Of those areas that AI and data engineering can play a strong role.
Yeah, just to add, there are three things we need to look upon when you look on the data center with the AI. You need a system of record, and hence you collect the data. And you have to make sure that the data is safe. Second, you need a system for insight. Because you need a way to figure out how the insight can happen in those system of record. And third, you need a system of engagement. So typically, still, we need the three set of system, application, whatever you thought, you classify. Data center around the data center. And that data center, if it's not smart enough, for example, I come from healthcare, spend almost years in healthcare life science industry. Three things is important there. As you see, communication and treatment. 3P. And 3P is getting delivered by farm. Healthcare, hospitals, and third your family. That's 3P.
Thank you, sir. So talking about data, we see now many everywhere it is data and it's being stored. My next aspect is about safeguarding the data and also regulatory compliance. So your views on it?
Safeguarding the data. Okay, that is what we are trying to do throughout the period. So here, first you understand what you are protecting. That should be very clear about it. So if you have a lot of data, we are talking about petabytes and zettabytes of data. So from that data, what is, what type of data is more, important for you? That understanding should be very much there. That is, I'm talking about classification, data classification. Okay. In terms of different levels of confidentiality or the severity of that data that you need to understand. So it can be something like top secret data, or it can be confidential data, or maybe it can be accessible by uh, members of your specific department in your organization or throughout the organization, or there can be public data. Okay, depending on that classification of that data, you have to deploy, and at the same time, you need to then identify what are the threats that can come and hit your data. Yeah. First, you are classifying the data and you are trying to identify what is the risk for this data at present. The risk can be anything like data corruption on the hardware where it is getting stored. Okay, that's a risk to that data. So that is one thing. And otherwise, it can be some hacker is trying to attack it and exfiltrate some confidential data from your organization or your entity, right? So that way you are identifying the risk of different sets of data, and then you need to take care of those risks, manage those risks. That is the requirement. So it can be for the earlier case, what I mentioned is hardware failure. Okay, that's a risk. Then what is your option to mitigate that risk? You can have a replication of data backup, and replicating it to multiple locations depending on how critical this data is for you. Right? In the current cloud-based scenarios and all, inherently there will be some kind of replication mechanism, backups and everything. The platform itself may be taking care of it. But all these things should be done as per the criticality, severity of your data, right? So unnecessarily, you may not want to spend much more money for protecting any public data. It's already there on the public, and it may not be that much important for you to preserve its things at all. So all these things have to be considered, and then accordingly you have to do a risk management with your required data.
So I'd just like to continue on the same line, right? He's talking about a very, very important topic, which is risk management, right? Everything basically is determined by the risk appetite of the organization that owns the data. So the appropriate controls that need to be put in place, which should be commemorative to what kind of data basically is being stored in those particular data centers, right? Like he rightly mentioned, we need to classify the data, identify which data is critical, which data is internal, which data is public, and then optimize our resources appropriately so that we are not going ahead and blowing our budget by protecting everything. So there's always going to be a return on investment decision that needs to be made by the top brasses, right? Because they are going to basically ask, okay, you're asking me as a security professional, you're asking me to invest so much. What are you going to give me back in return, or what risk are you protecting? Our ability to quantify the risk at that point of time basically is very, very important. Apart from that, I think from a protection perspective, right, we have a lot of new things that are evolving. Trust architecture probably is one of the most important aspects that I think is what we say needs to be leveraged, right? Because when you have data being stored in several data centers, edge computing happening, so many people talking to so many through APIs, what kind of security you're building around API for authentication, for authorization is going to basically go ahead and determine how secure your data is. How frequently you're going ahead and reviewing those permissions will determine that you keep your data safe. So from a safeguarding perspective, it is important to have a security strategy in place and evolve with the new I would say dealing with emerging threats. AI basically is not only going ahead and helping you with data processing and giving you insight, it is also helping in threat detection and real-time threat mitigation as well. So you have to use AI against AI, right? When you have a bad actor going ahead and utilizing AI today to attack your surface area. So then at the same time, we also as white hat guys need to think about how we're going to go ahead and protect. And this can happen only if you are doing real-time threat modeling sessions, right? To like a red teaming activity in some form or other, where we are able to go ahead and think like attackers, do an appropriate safeguarding against threat that have been realized during those sessions. So a lot of unknown still remains from an AI perspective because uh, the thing is still maturing over a period of time. But we need to be on our toes to go ahead and stay ahead of the game by doing these threat modeling sessions on our own. Thank you, sir.
I'll just add from healthcare point of view. So we have two way. Where is my data? Data either it could be lost or data would be in transit. So either data is in data center or it is in your mobile or laptop. How do I build how do I secure it? How do I make sure that those are kept properly? Number one. This data move from place A to B. IDs are also put in place. It could be linked to the network connectivity, your Wi-Fi, and so on. Now, the way we have this, especially in the life science and healthcare, the approach we are evolving for EWAM or Indian infrastructure is can I live really up? Yes, I want to make it. I was with me. So I will have my data with me. It's my laptop with me. To some other place, if I have to move the data, if I have to share the data, is about actual insight, actual need, or what I want to inform other. This is to be given. Of course, there are a lot of tools, softwares are out there, but some of the things, but in place, the security and sovereignty of the data will remain compromised 99% time. Keep in mind that way, right?
Just closing thoughts for the panel, right, and even to the rest of the audience. So I think when we talk about data security and that entire governing infrastructure, Now, one is that in India, I suppose the general data privacy rules are a little bit behind what they already have in the US with the CCPA Act, and in Europe, GDPR. Singapore also has something similar. Uh, I think that's one. So I would say that the picture of kafi baki hai. That's one, right? And you'll see more and more of it. I mean, sir spoke about the life sciences and the healthcare. It's very important that all of us realize that we really do not have a very mature electronic healthcare record system, right? EHRs, as they're called. People in US and Europe have solved this approximately 20, 25 years ago, right? So that's one thing. The second part is that, as we do this, and probably my mind is racing towards somewhere else, but on the whole, the newer jobs in the coming 20, 30 years is going to be significantly in the bio and in the, healthcare industries. On the one hand, you will probably have, sort of biotech devices. If you have a cancer of the bone, the medicine should be only in that part, right? Not affecting your kidneys and somewhere else, right? So that's one part. So all of it is with a very significant governing mode, right? So today, I mean, we spoke already about security and all of that. Today, I think, data security by design, data security, or data privacy by design, it has become almost, yeah, practice, a requirement, a practice, whatever you would say. So I think, on the one hand, we want to talk about fanciful architectures, newer capabilities, and omnichannel and all of that. And this part should not be forgotten, is my last submitting thoughts.
Moving on to the next segment, my question is for Vipin sir. Being someone who is leading security initiatives for the last few years, so what excites and worries you the most when you are scaling data centers and when you're working about securing these data centers?
Well, what excites me is the future that we have, right? I think with so many data centers coming up, and sir just mentioned from 200 to 300, there's a report that basically we are supposed to grow by about 15 to 20 CAGR by 2030. And so the amount of opportunity it's going to create, the amount of, I would say, the business that basically it's going to bring in, right? Obviously, we're preparing for it. We are the third largest economy at this point of time. So I think that is the aspect that really excites me. That okay, we are in the boom stage from a data center perspective, right? But the other aspect, again, from a security aspect, if I have to go ahead and see, and other worries in general, the worry that I have is these things increasing the complexities basically and the interdependencies are increasing multifold. Like you have your regulations that are coming into picture. So the center is going to comply with that. With computing basically coming, the threat surface basically becomes very, very, so you can't limit your security basically by a firewall only to a limited set of assets. Now, basically, you will have to go ahead and take into consideration the larger threat surface area. So how are you going to go ahead and for that is another concern. And all of this costs money, right? It's not going to be cheap. So those are, I think, a couple of areas of concerns that I will think of that really is going to be, I would say, need to be solved for. The other thing that I can remember right now is the legacy systems. So we have legacy systems that are in place at this point of time. How are we going to go ahead and interact with the new systems? How are we going to build? Do we have the resources or do we have the talent basically to go ahead and do that? Will also be a point of be a point of thing that we need to solve for. So I think these are a couple of things that I can think of. Anybody else would like to add?
Yeah. You can go next one. Sir, talking about data centers, sustainability becomes a major aspect. So how are organizations looking into sustainability aspect and also dealing with them?
I can try. So the way I see, as I said, US have 5,000 plus, India has 250. So how many from them come 5,000 data centers? I also need 1.5 billion. Anyway, I'm just kidding. So we need to data centers, not the data center. We need to build a micro data center. And I'll come back on why we need. What humans did work for us. So we need to build the micro data centers. And when we make the micro data center, this is the one of the important, yeah, because the question is, how do you build a sustainability? The question is, if I have big data centers, and instead of have 5K plus data centers, I need power. And I need some renewable power, for example, data centers, and has also data center. But for the future in 5 to 10 years, and I will see that 2030 and 2035, data centers. Data centers helps you two way. Power. Solar. Sustainability is there. Hence you bring the power in your data center number one. In the data center, when you bring the power, it's also especially for control. System. So the system sustainability. So we recommend to have we have data centers. So multi data center, it will be for component. Understand the job. Now, so you can see in 2030 and 2035, especially from healthcare infrastructure point of view. And say, in wishing we are there. So what do we do? Center, we call it core data center. You can call it our center, but we do sustainable way. Second, center so I think setting. So system of India. So this center is the data center what you compute to in center place. Is so out there. And you actually so have a data center at the center. But 30 and 60 data has to move. Point. So and one is the second so if you have stimulate once you come the last some Sikkim or Bhutan data center. Yes, we are about 30, if I'm not wrong. 70 data centers have data centers. Hyderabad, Chennai also got enough. So I'm saying what those shaping the future about see personally infrastructure for digital and digital transformation. We're looking for data centers. Right? Data center. State of bus like so the world and so on and so on. So things are evolving. The idea behind this is system level. Sustainability can't find just like what you are looking at the center with the green. Such a big thing for yourself. So something happening. Sort of the balancing level. So I think the state thing would be data center as a concept. We need to evolve in the coming years for sure. Yeah, sustainability in the computing stories and so on and so on.
Thank you. I just want to add a little bit more color to this same conversation topic. So I think I completely buy into the point that, there should be micro data centers, bringing the users closer to the data center, and that can only happen if you're operating in a hub and spoke model. Today, communication lines have become, quite powerful, right? I mean, when we talking about 100 Gbps kind of technologies, in terms of the connectivity between data centers. In some of the global locations, I hear about 800, 500 Gbps and all of that, right? That will give a feel to, what you just heard, right? In terms of the micro data centers. That's one. I think it's part of the, the old data center strategy in terms of the sustainability, that's one thing. The second part is that someone is already experimenting. I think it's Microsoft about putting a data center in the ocean. And it already there, right? Yeah, and just to make sure that the heat tonnage, sort of is not really making too much damage. And in fact, if they can route that into, let's say, if it's close to hospital, especially in the winter locations and all of that, can you it helps you environmentally. You are utilizing some of the system generated heat, right? And remember, we've gone from CPU to GPU to TPU, right? I mean, and the scale is just expanding and expanding. So newer strategies have to come into play. And my appeal to some of the young people over here, that as you think about aspirationally about entrepreneurship journeys, keep your minds open. It's not just what you learned in school about banking and or change management, but some of these newer dimensions should attract you. And I think sustainability engineering is one of the big things. And I'm sure all of you would have a role to play in some of these things, let alone not just the data center.
Yeah, and just to last piece I want to add, guys, we should be ready with the quantum computing that will drastically change the entire game of data center, and especially the way we are thinking the sustainability. So keep in mind, Microsoft recently came back with a small, this size of computing computers, and it does what it takes, trillions of information to be processed by, let's take hundreds of the servers. It does one small size of the processor, right? So a lot of things will game will be changed, things will be evolving. This is important. We should take some leap for step. We should not go by conventional way of doing. And we must make sure that these data centers should become in terms of cost of cost of your green energy or the carbon footprint and so on. Do you qualify one? Took the time to go and search, and I used to be there. I used to get a farm. Because so much heat, and it doesn't have west coast of the US, right? So you have to make sure that the yard is sustained in such a way that comparing them, at least for the human being, we should have the right?
Thank you, sir. So my question is for Chiradeep, sir. So having worked across multiple geographies, so how do you see AI adoption getting implemented in organizations, especially with compliance and regulatory perspective, especially in the industries of BFSI and healthcare?
Yeah, I think multiple geographies or multiple industries, that is one part of the thing.
I think, tomorrow's workplace environment is such that, all of us have to be data literate and data savvy. That's one. Number two is that, it will not be just a flip of a switch, right? So it's going to be a process. The business sponsorship right from the top, right? That will, pretty much help. And it's not just in the life sciences or the healthcare industry, but I would say it's quite a bit across. That's one. And then the second part is sustained change management, right? More and more you go away from gut feel driven decisions to actually data driven decisions for the smallest of things. You have paved the way towards an AI driven future and, with intelligent automation and all of those things coming in, right? Um, Third thing in that, since you mentioned already about life sciences and healthcare, I mean, today we have tools in machine vision, right? I mean, whether, in the life sciences, what's happening in your body, in the human body, right? Today, a radiologist looks at it, when he is analyzing you, if you've gone for a test. And I think in tomorrow's, world, AI will be a multiplying factor or an amplifying factor, right? So maybe, 80-90% of what the radiologist does today can be done by AI. In that space and probably more accurately because removing the dependency on the human eye. That's what we just said. So if we do all of those things, definitely your AI and your data literacy, is actually bumping up society, couple of notches. And secondly, you are evolving. And thirdly, you're getting more scientifically accurate. Hope that answers the question.
Thank you, sir. So my next question is for Rajivan, sir. With our 2 decades in experience in cyber security, so what sort of frameworks have evolved, particularly retaining like cyber threats and threat detection?
Okay. So for threat detection or the way we work in cybersecurity, that is now it has got a lot of changes as we compare with the traditional protection mechanisms. So earlier it is about protecting the system. Okay. Wherever we hold some data or we have some application server which is running there in a small data center. So you just protect it, put a firewall around it, and maybe you will deploy some antivirus solutions on that, and you are done. So that was the earlier case. But now, later on, it has moved to a kind of protection is the initial part, but you have to detect and respond to any any issues or any threats that is coming across to your data. So that is a change which has happened over the years. Okay, and then now we are looking at resilience. Okay, resilience is the key at the moment. So that I mean, you have to expect any compromise or any attack or risk which is already there. So you initially you do whatever you can do to protect it from those threats, and then but you have to expect any kind of attack or it is getting compromised. So you have to expect it and how fast you can detect the attack. That is very important. Detect it and then how fast you can respond to that, how to, I mean, contain the issues and, I mean, stop the loss uh, which is happening now. So that is key important thing. And you have to recover to the initial state. Okay. So that is the key focus which is at the moment which is there in cybersecurity area.
Thank you, sir. I now open stage for the questions. During this discussion, we have learned a lot about AI adoption, data refineries, how to adopt, how can organizations take care about data resilience, sustainability. I hope I have learned a lot about from these discussions. I now open the stage for the students for questions.
Hello, good evening, good afternoon, sir. Thank you for the insights today. I learned a lot, and we are going to think. You've given us a lot of things that we're going to think about. My name is Nikhil, and I have a 3.5 years of experience in infrastructure and operations for a semiconductor manufacturing company. My question is that given the data centers, like what operational best practices can we follow or ensure that the data center reliability is there when we talk about rapid digital transformation or scalings? Rapid digital scaling is there, so how can we ensure that there is data center reliability in operations?
Once again, when you scale, how do you bring in reliability?
Yes, yes, yes.
Yeah. Okay. So look, even before the cloud era, right? I mean, very frankly speaking, we started talking about reliability, by providing multiple servers, right? And servers in clusters. So if these two things fail, the other one can come up, right? That was one of the prima facie, one of the areas of recovering from disasters and all that. Because we've been trying to solve as an enduring problem. We have been trying to solve this thing about how reliable your systems are forever and ever, right? Looking at logs, looking at how much of CPU is already consumed, how much of RAM is consumed, and all of that. So those are very standard ITSM processes, that is there, right? If I understood your question right. So what has happened in terms of the post-cloud era, I mean, provided you're not in a very big industry like the government, and you are able to do that, one is that it's quite simple. I mean, you have to spend something, but, making your data centers accessible, making, those servers operate in clusters, making, you have a proper business continuity plan. See, all of these come together. It is no one single solution or one single switch that you go on and off, and it doesn't happen that way. And there are some other practices that if you have multiple data centers, if you have multiple servers, one of the other things is that how do you ensure that there's integrity of the information, right? I mean, just make sure that, the data replication is happening appropriately. Otherwise, you'll have a much worse problem, right? So I think these are some of the areas, but again, in the industry and some other areas, the C is to be minimum, and you still need to deliver, high quality user experience with all your apps and everything else, the IoT devices, the edge devices. I think some of the experts over here can also talk about that as an example.
Well, thank you. I'd just like to go ahead and build upon what has been told, right? In the current era, I think resilience is the buzzword that we're talking about. And basically it works for all CIA, that is the confidentiality, integrity, and availability. And I think in some form, availability is the easiest to address in the current infrastructure form because of the resilient systems that we have or the cloud providers that we have and the systems that they have built over time and refined over a period of time, right? Scaling up, scaling vertically, scaling horizontally has become very, very, I would say, part of a regular, regular thing, right? We really don't have to go and think too much about these things at this point of time. We can focus more on developing our applications. We can think more about security of the applications. We can think more about how to improve the user experience. So right now, I think availability as a core component, it's by design in most cases, as for me.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, panelists, for an insightful discussion on data center technologies. My name is Imtiaz. I have 3.5 years of experience in the data center operations industry, working with Amazon Web Services. So, Chiragip sir, you mentioned self-healing networks and the importance of downtime. And Rajivan sir, you mentioned data latency. So, I wanted to ask a question about the strategic cost decisions that as consumers of cloud services, you all have to take in maintaining redundant systems so that even if because technologies fail and even data centers have had downtime which has impacted a lot of customers, so how do you all maintain that uptime while taking a trade-off with regards to cost of maintaining redundant systems? Okay. First point, we don't depend on cloud services, first of all.
NSDL doesn't depend because you all need to have your.
Everything is on-prem in-house and it is in a totally isolated segment. We don't uh, connect our systems to internet. Okay, it is not that. And so all these resilience or redundancy requirements that are there, that is built within the system itself, within our environment itself. So we have got a primary data center and there is a BCP data center, business continuity plan related BCP data center, and we have a near DR data center, near BCP or near. So near and far, there are two different. And now and we have some regulatory requirement to have a setup, an IRE setup, that is resiliency, to establish resiliency. If at all your data centers are uh, falling down, breaking down, then how fast you can get uh, to, I mean, restore the services within a short period of time. So you just keep ready warm standby DC data center fully available. You call it as near, far, or whatever, I don't know, but there is a fourth setup is that is work in progress now. That is how we manage this. It is for NC.
Yeah. So just to add into that, I think that's a good thought. I mean, if the question that you asked, that how do you balance costs versus providing that guarantee or that availability, in terms of that, right? So again, it's almost like a seesaw, right? I mean, if you spend too much, obviously you're going to have very high reliability and all of that. I think what's happening in the industry is that they're going towards some of these I would say distant location data centers. So at least that over here in the main data center, if something breaks down, I will be able to manage that, right? Consulting firms are dealing with it in a different way. They're offering customers 1, 2, or 3 levels of moderation, right? I mean, if you want the bare bones, okay, go for level 1. If you want very, very sophisticated systems, so for example, ICICI is a bank, they will probably go for the level 3, the highest that is available, right? A smaller bank, a smaller entrepreneur probably will start with the level 1, right? So that is one strategy that you have to do to look at in terms of how do you balance those costs and all that. The second part of I'm not an expert on that, but cloud FinOps, right? And I think there are some experts over here in the room also. We can talk to them, right? Someone like an Amazon or Azure, right? For the 100 services that you buy, they will look at it in a very standard way. You can actually, as the user, you can experiment it by doing a discovery after 3 months to say that, okay, I have used this according to my peak load time. So A, B, and C, I wanted 100% of the time, right? D, E, F, maybe, I only needed 16/5. So these are some of those combinations, right, that is evolving. I think different organizations are, again, at different levels of maturity, but it's more like, if you put in more sugar, that thing is going to be more sweet, right? So how do you balance it, right? And it will evolve. I don't think it's going to be a very it's always going to be a customized answer. Yeah, it will be no cookie cutter approach over here. I think I just need to add one particular point, and I'll make it very, very short in the interest of time. I think risk assessment is the basic answer for that, right? What is the risk appetite of the organization to deal with availability? It's going to answer that question. So whether the enterprise is medium, large, regulatory requirement, whatever these kind of external factors that are driving it, is basically going to come through a appropriate risk assessment where you have proper individuals going ahead and assessing the associated risk and the risk appetite of the organization, and then taking a decision what's the best customization that's going to suit them.
Thank you, sir.
Just to add on, cost factor gets driven by two things. One is the criticality and complexity of your data, what you need at a given time, right? If it is a critical, for example, in healthcare, I have 10 milliseconds to operate. If there's a lag in latency, I'm gone. I don't have left pocket or right pocket to do the debit reverse. Finance, I can leave. So comes in, but it's decided based on, as he said, risk profile of criticality and the complexity of the nature of data, what I need at a given time, if I have to take a decision. If my robotic procedures are going on, my surgeons are operating from to second is needed. I know that I need to pass the data locally and put something I keep it in a cloud, something I keep it on edge, and something I keep it on a core data center. So in core, I have a core data center. I will have cloud data in AWS also, but I will not do the massive there. I'll do the and also I'll do it on the edge of the device, what big surgeons are doing. So some data will be there. So these all has to be well planned systematically. In other words, there will be cost increasing. If I don't do it, is bad. It's happening. So as I look at it, we need to procedures, and that data is important to identify the strategy, risk mitigation, and what frameworks are in place. Cost going to go up. Cost only goes if I go with the design thinking, system thinking, but I need the quality and complexity of the systems, especially in healthcare. Make sense? Thanks.
Uh, Thank you, panelists, for valuable information on digital transformation and data center management. We have learned a lot from the discussion, and my name is Amrajeshwar Rao. I have 4 years of experience in Cognizant as a data engineer. My question is to Mr. Rajavan, sir. Having built security framework for iconic organization like NSC, what one career-defining challenge that shaped your leadership approach? Through that, what we can learn? That's what.
So, I mean, what you are asking is about one uh, aspect of, I mean, can you repeat the question once? Okay. The leadership approach and sense, see,
So
what
it's
we can,
about crisis management.
yes, yes. So I have to see one major point is that I have to build a team, a trusting team. Okay, so this all the team members are working uh, with a focused approach of protecting the assets, information assets, right? Now, so it's an orchestrated approach that we are doing it. We have the purpose built into our, I mean, aligned into their minds, everybody's mind. We have a specific purpose. So then there should be a proper orchestration. There should be a proper sync up between the people who are working on it. So that kind of, then this sync up will happen if the team is having proper trust within themselves. So the major part is to build a trusting team. That is what I generally focus on.
Just to tell what he said, जो है तो होश है. So in crisis, what he did, the team what is there.
Yes, like.
Good afternoon, sir. Thank you for this insightful session. My name is Rishabh. I'm a cybersecurity consultant for 3.5 years. My question is for Vipin, sir. So as business is increasingly integrating with AI into their operations, can you please tell us how how can we put security in while training the big data models and with these regulations coming into play like DPDP and GDPR, how can we ensure that the data which is getting trained uh, is getting is secure? Yeah, so my question is, you know, this huge data which is used for training these data models. Correct. So my question to you is, how can we keep these data secure so that because trained data are not are kept in an unsecure manner. No, I understood what your question is now. So basically, I think I have just spoken about this particular thing a little while ago as well, right? That we need to go ahead and develop security strategy in terms of securing these data pointers or data sets as such to ensure that the right people have access to this particular data and continuously monitor certain things. What are the kind of APIs connecting to this particular data? What kind of process? What kind of input ingress points and egress points these data pointers have. So you need to build while going ahead and designing the security part of the security architecture to protect this data. The zero trust network that I was speaking about earlier, I think still remains the same. So I think from security to follow the best security practices to go ahead and secure it as any other part of the data center. Because I think whether the data is privileged or whether it's for training is data basically is defined by its data basically is protected by its classification and you go ahead and spend on security controls based on the classifications that we have. Okay, so thank you, Tejesh, and our panelists for such a thoughtful and enriching discussion.
We would now like to invite Professor Kanakraj to kindly present mementos to our esteemed panelists. I would like to request Mr. Manish Kumar to please come forward and accept the memento. Mr. Chiradeep Bhattacharya.
Thank you, sir. Now we will request Professor Sunil Sarangi to present memento as a token to as a heartful gratitude to our panelists. I would request Mr. Vipin Gupta to please come forward. Mr. Rajivan Kalampuram. Now we will have a group picture of all panelists and a moderator.
Oh, so black and white, what we have to
Now it's time to shift gears to a special highlight of the conclave, the digital interactive case competition. This competition has challenged participants to rethink digital transformation through real-world business lenses. And the ideas presented have been nothing short of remarkable.
And now, the moment we all have been waiting for, the results. To announce the winner of the high-stake competition, we'd like to warmly invite REENVISION's Case Competition Committee to take us through the case competition journey and announce the results.
Thank you, Yash and Palak. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Jagrati.
And I'm Ramanza.
We are corporate competition team for the PGDM GM program of XLRI Jamshedpur. We have Ashish, Amit, and Keshav as well as the executive members of the CCC.
Our purpose is to provide best competitive platform for students across the country. Teams to participate, compete, and rewards.
In the month of June-July 2025, the Corporate Competition Committee conducted the REENVISION 4.0 case competition as a key event of the conclave. The competition was held in two phases, spanning over 45 days. We had an impressive number of participants, a total of 2,058 teams, with the top 35 teams making it to the final round of the competition, which was a business case presentation and submission on 1st July 2025.
This competition brought together participants from some of the most distinguished schools in the country. The competition was intense. Numerous teams presented solutions and complex business challenges. I'm inspired to look engagement, enthusiasm, and the participants. The level of creativity and strategic thinking is remarkable.
Now, it is our pleasure to announce the results of the REENVISION 4.0 case competition. In second place, we have team the DJ Kotier from SCHMRT Pune. In second place, team HRV from XLRI Shedpur. We do not have the teams here today, but we request you to put on a whole round of applause for both the teams, and we really congratulate the team for the result victory.
We acknowledge all teams for the outstanding contribution. Solutions and practices. Say, being the esteemed judge for this competition. His thoughtful feedback, insightful observations, success of this event.
We would also like to extend our heartfelt thanks to Professor Kannan sir, whose guidance was instrumental in this event. Your support has truly been invaluable for ensuring the smooth execution of the competition. Thank you for your invaluable contribution, sir.
We also thank Chief Executive for his kind support to the event. We
So, over to you, Palak and Vas.
Thank you, team, for coordinating such a wonderful competition. To formally express our gratitude to all those who made the REENVISION 4.0 a great success, I would like to invite Professor Sunil Sarangi, Co-Convener, Corporate Relations and Placement, to deliver the vote of thanks.
On a mic. No, on a mic. Okay.
same with this. What it means for digital transformation is friends. Transformation is inevitable. And digital transformation is far more than it's no longer an option, it's no longer a choice, it's a must. It's no longer it's about the single. And today, on the skills that you need to acquire design. Technology
which is composed of cybersecurity, AI, blockchain. So to understand this 10%, you cannot forget 50%. It cannot be left behind. You need to understand what triggers human beings to do certain things as to why they do what they do. That's extremely important. And I was very happy and I was getting a lot of intellectual thinking extremely important mindset that you need to come. And for which probably was not political person for the first time. And you've not started reading it. So I started saying it to you, design thinking. And this is a wonderful mindset, friends, that you need to really, unique to a culture. And it's all about digital technology. You know what? It's not about technology. It's about process reinvention. It is about, if I can say, business model reimagining. If I can say, leadership mindset in each one of you. And that's what I believe is the first point, the most important journey point towards moving and becoming totally digitally transformed. Digital is not digital transformation. Digital transformation is lock, stock, and barrel, transforming the way you do business. And most importantly, uh, customer. Customer is central. Customer is everything. And why do I talk about customer? Because you need to understand by doing it, are you making the life of the customer? If the answer is yes, you need to go digital. If the answer is no, probably that's not the right way of describing transformation. Probably as a researcher, as a probably as a quack of neuroscience, I can say yes. Checklist you must bear in mind when you think of digital transformation is the following. Is this transformation creating a brain neuron called? If the answer is yes, go for it. If the answer is no, doesn't matter. It really is not the time for you to go digital. That's extremely important. Second, I think this is time for me, friends, and you may hate me for because be the academic that I am. Understand experience economy, which is extremely important. Experience economy and digital transformation are intertwined, absolutely head on together. And why am I talking about experience economy? It's all life is all about experience. What do I mean by experience? Are your solutions, is your transformation catering to the olfactory, catering to the auditory, catering to the gustatory, catering to the audial, catering to the visual, all the five senses? If they are catered to, you need to go digital. If not, think again. And most importantly, I was thinking of our beautiful, wonderful guests were talking about so nicely about lean methodology. You cannot really be transforming your business by applying the concept of digital uh, tools and mechanism without understanding lean methodology. You have to go lean, as rightly probably Benjamin Madam was so nicely saying. You need to, it's not about innovation, it is about scalability. You just can't have innovation for the sake of innovation. It has to be scalable. And you need to what? Scale small, scale faster, and should I say fail faster? I should add as an academic, learn fastest. That's extremely important. So this learn it all mindset is something which is probably the bedrock standard principle for going digital in everything that you do in the organization that you're part of. And last but not least, yes, friends, nothing can happen without ethics. Nothing can happen without values. So please understand the moral compass has to be in place. When we are thinking of digital transformation, it is not about cybersecurity, it's not about blockchain, it is not about AI and ML. It is about ethical standards of who we are, human beings that we are. Values must be in place. And earlier, one Tagish was saying, so, see, you need to trust currently. And most importantly, change the mindset. Be agile, design, think, and be absolutely, profoundly change ready. Thank you. Thank you for this wonderful nuggets that all of you shared. And I'm sure we will let a lot and we won't be really to share your experience and your findings. And I'm sure in the days to come, my students, my beloved students, would be recalling these interactions and would be making sense of what they'll be doing. And a profound sense of gratitude on behalf of XLRI from my colleague, Professor Kanakraj, who's been the no-nonsense man leading this charge. And he's doing such a wonderful job. Sometimes he makes me really feel very insecure about the way I do things. So thank you, Kanakraj. And yes, last but not least, my humble request to all the guests, distinguished guests here, please have a conversation with my students. As a teacher, you know what, I'm really greedy for them. So you need to talk to them. If you can really mentor some of them one-on-one, that would be wonderful. And if you can share a business problem that something is troubling you in your organization, we would request to share the business problem for them so that they can work on that problem. And you know what? You would be really cognitively, you would be offloading a lot of your stress to them. And we would be really loving you for that. So please offload and outsource some of your pain in terms of your problem statements to them. And I'm pretty confident, should I say they're the best. So they'll give you the best solution. And we'll ensure that they give you the best solution. With this, I sign off. With this, I sign up with huge sense of gratitude to one and all. Thank you. You made our day. God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. As we come to close this incredible journey at ReEnvision 4.0, the Digital Transformation Conclave, it's time to express our heartfelt gratitude to all those who made this day truly impactful. First and foremost, thank you to our panelists. Your insights, your stories, and your vision have been the soul of today's conversation.
Absolutely. We are deeply grateful to Mr. Vikas Srivastava, Ms. Mehezarin Taj Alam, Ms. Preeti Seni, Mr. Raman Srinivasan, Mr. Rohit Kilam, Mr. Shiv Shankar Nandipati, Mr. Lokesh Nato, Mr. Babani Mahana, Dr. Shah Sen Gupta, Mr. Manish Kumar, Mr. Chiradeep Bhattacharya, Mr. Gaurav Sharma, Mr. Vipin Gupta, and Mr. Rajivan Kalampuram. Thank you for sharing your expertise and making this conclave truly a future focused.
It's just that I will not achieve myself, so I outsource that work to them. But it was thank you.
We'd also like to extend a warm thank you to our moderators, Harshita and Tejesh, for navigating conversations so thoughtfully and keeping the momentum alive throughout the day.
Shout out to Vicky and Shivangi for the conclave. We brought work to every session and kept the audience engaged from start to finish.
Thanks the heart and soul behind this event, our incredible audience. Your dedication and relentlessness made ReEnvision 4.0 not just an event, experience to remember.
And let's not forget our conclave committee. Your coordination and commitment behind the scene ensure everything runs smoothly too. We will especially be grateful to Mr. This conclave was shaped and executed. Thank you, sir, for believing in our vision. And also, the success and support.
Thank you to Aarti, Sir, Shuman. Still helping, coordinating, and stepping in whenever we needed it. Your support made all the difference.
To everyone who contributed, small, thank you. With that, 4.0. Let this not be the end, but the beginning of many more conversation around data, transformation, and leadership. Thank you, everyone.